Oh, oh, oh. I'm looking for boop. That one. There we go. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 1. There we go. And a 2, and a 3. There we go. Now it behaves. And one of these days, this cough will just turn around and die. Hopefully, not with me dying. That would be a bad thing. And before I forget, whoops, wrong one. This, that. That. Huzzah. Alrighty. So. I apologize everyone for such a late in the week stream. Schedule came down and I think it was last week I'd finally decide, you know what, because of the way my schedule had been, I'm going to officially move my start time of my stream on Tuesdays from 6 p.m. till 7 Eastern time, which basically means I think it was supposed to be 10 p.m. UTC and got moved to 11. Schedule came down at my LGS and it's like, hey, guess what? You're working until 7 on Tuesday tonight. And I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, you're working until 7. By the way, you're working most of the week. But tonight, being Wednesday, I only had to work until 6. So I had time to dive out the door, get myself here and organized-ish. Well, mostly organized. And be here at something resembling a reasonable time and be ready pretty much on time. Yay! It's harder to be ready to start your stream on time when you're the only person doing everything. By the way, you have other jobs to do as well, etc., etc., etc. Not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying when you're the person responsible for everything, it's a little more difficult, a little more challenging. And before I forget, I should do this. So, but tonight we get, who does? Oh, hey, Zero. Yeah, I missed yesterday because of schedule shenanigans. Eh, life happens. Hopefully, next week I'll be okay to go back to Tuesdays. Hopefully. But, yeah, the first card I'm looking, I swear, the number of cards I look at from the original Zendikar block, and I'm going, looking for a really weird type of card, so if you've got recommendations, I'd be happy to hear them. Okay, what kind of weird type of card are you looking for? Red or blue cards that blow stuff up and don't care how big it is? I got you. Um, green counter spells? We got them. Uh, a little more difficult, but they exist. White bird? Yeah, I can come up. Yeah. What are you looking for? Oh, that's easy. That is easy. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is Meter Golem. Um, the second one that comes to mind is Solemn Simulacrum. Like, there's a lot of artifact creatures with enter the battlefield abilities. It's just a matter of figuring out which ones you want to run. What are you looking like? Is there something like do they have to be? The first question is, do they have to be colorless? Because if they don't have to be colorless, I think No Drifter also qualifies. Boop. No Drift. I do not remember if it's an artifact. No, it's just a colorless creature. Does it have to be colorless? Does it have to be an artifact? Um, because there's also that swath of creatures from, was it Brothers War? Building Noctis. What's Noctis? Noctis, Prince of Lucas. Or Lucis. It's from Final Fantasy, they might say Lucis. You may cast artifact spells. Okay. So, you want them to be artifact. They do not have to be colorless. Okay. Don't forget, and this is probably something you're already considering, but don't forget that since it enters with a finality counter, you're going to want some way to eat that counter. And the first one that comes to mind is Hex Parasite. If you can pin down Hex Parasite, just, pay black, pay 2 mana, one of which can be black or 2 life. Although, because you're paying life to recast your artifacts, I'd rather you look at this as paying black +1, and that will remove the finality counter. Although it also doesn't say it doesn't say they all have to be the same kind of counter. They can be different types of counters. So if it's got like 3 different types of counters, you could go, I'll eat that and eat that and eat that. It's just from a single target. So do keep in mind effects like that. Apart from that, you want, let's see here. Format, type 1, format, EDH. Let's see here. Let's go order EDH rec. Type artifact. I gotta sneeze. ID. wub O colon enters. Actually, okay. You want stuff with. I think you generally want triggered abilities. The One Ring, obviously, if you can pin it down, is going to be silly. Baleful Strix might actually be Baleful Strix might actually be worth it because it's inexpensive both mana wise and dollar wise. You can pick it up for $1. You know, a buck or two. It's a flying creature with Death Touch, so that's going to end up playing as removal quite a bit. When it enters, draw a card. I think Baleful Strix is a viable option. Let's just extract. Let's just remove those. Meteor Golem I mentioned. Thought Monitor, which is you're not trying to pay an alternate cost. You're just casting from a different location. So Thought Monitor you can conceivably get down to a single mana. So that's also a viable option. And again, 50 cents depending on where you get it from. Mirror Battlesphere. I always like the Battle Ball. Because this coming into play and making like 4 extra bodies, they either have to blow. It's like at least in 1v1 formats, it's like I spent 1 card, I got 5 bodies out of it. Now you need a mass removal spell to deal with something I spent 1 card to deal with. In multiplayer, they're a little more likely to, that's more likely somebody's going to do it, but it's still worth it. Oh, you said you wanted artifact creatures. I don't know why I'm not just narrowing it down, there. Noxious Gear Hulk. Kind of similar to the Baleful Strix. Comes into play, blow up a creature. Gain life equal to the toughness of the creature you destroyed. And it's a 5/4 menace. Angel of Ruins is... actually... Ah. Cyberdrive Awakener is an option. Like, there's... I will drop this link into the chat. This gives you 217 cards. but not run strictly artifact removal, so I wouldn't be able to. So I wouldn't be able to trigger. Why not? I'm missing something. I mean, because don't forget, you can also sacrifice, like, you can also find ways to blow up your artifacts yourself. Um, there's, what are you called? Mono black aristocrats, as just as an example, mono black aristocrats historically has been, sacrifice a creature, do a thing. A lot of the cards that say sacrifice a creature these days usually put a +1 counter on a thing, or pump this creature, or draw cards. A lot of things that say, um, sacrifice the creature these days in mono black also say, you know, you could sacrifice not just a creature, you could also sacrifice an artifact. There's also other ways to sacrifice your artifacts for other reasons. I think blue's got a few. I don't remember about white specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me. Um, you do have options, plural, on just being able to sacrifice your own stuff anyway. Circuit Mender is, Circuit Mender's not bad. I'm a little less interested for this kind of deck um than some of the other options, but it's still okay. Torrential Gear Hulk, aka Fat Caster Mage. Like, you have lots of options to play with. So I would suggest grabbing that, grab that link and just scan through and see what catches your attention. Here's an example. Pay 2 and sack another artifact, put a +1 counter on this creature. So this gives you another way to sacrifice your own artifacts for fun and profit. You don't have to rely on your opponents blowing up your stuff. So, uh, not saying you should do it that way, not saying you shouldn't do it that way, but it is a viable way to do it. Oh yeah, Scampering Surveyor I also really like. This is a little bit like, it's a less good, Solemn Simulacrum, but it is slightly bigger because it's a 3/2 instead of a 2/2. It also lets you search for a cave card, which, if you're running Urza's Cave, will then let you search up any land you want. So you have lots of options to play with. Oh yeah, Filigree Familiar. I always see Filigree Familiar as, like, if you are playing with just commons, as some of my decks do, this is like the ultra budget Solemn Simulacrum effect. Something with a decent come into play, something with a decent leaves play, and a much more appropriately statted body for its cost. So, So yeah, you have lots of options. Thoughts on Noctis as artifact creatures in general, though? It's perfectly fine. There's no reason why not to. Um, and you can make it as, it can be. This is one of those decks that I see being as affordable or as expensive as you want it to be. Because, I mean, Noctis himself, you can pick up for a quarter. Even if you have to go to your LGS and pick it up, okay, maybe it's $1. Okay. But something that you can replay your cards consistently turn after turn after turn. The only thing I would keep an eye on is I would like cards in this deck. And they don't all. I'm not saying put everything towards this, but have a handful of cards that will help with regaining that life back. Noctis himself has lifelink, so maybe something like, some way to make him unblockable, or at least give him flying. Options for both exist in spades in white and blue. You talking about Aetherflux Reservoir? Yeah, if you could put it in as primarily just a life gain spell, and that would be fine. Although, seeing Aetherflux Reservoir, it would be tempting for me to add 2 more cards. 2 or 3 more cards. Some flexibility so that I can, oops, I win. You do not have to go down that road. You can choose not to go down that road. But it's very tempting. I can find cards in blue and black and colorless to animate it, and black and white to give it lifelink. And then, oops, I win the game. Just as long as you start off with at least 51. Yep. And you have plenty of options for being able to sacrifice your own artifacts, even at common. You are not playing with specifically just commons, so you do get access to cards like Krark-Clan Ironworks. Huh. What? Oh. Lol. I don't know. For an extra $2, I would get the Mystery Booster 2 one. I would get this one over the World Championship decks. It's fine. But hilariously, it's not even a game changer. You also have... Hey, Smite. Yeah, see, there's also... I think you can gain life in both white and black from artifacts entering. You can at least burn people for artifacts entering in black. I want to say you can do it in white, and I want to say you can gain life from it as well. Oh! It's also Death Greeter. If your artifacts are largely creatures... Holy cow, you're like $2. If your artifacts are largely creatures, then throwing Death Greeter in, as well as some kind of sacrifice effect. By the way, if Death Greeter dies at the same time as like everything else, it will see everything else die, and you'll gain life for everything. It's also not just your own creatures. Whenever somebody else's creatures die. So this might, if you can find a copy, and they shouldn't be too hard to pin down. They just might be a little more than what you want to spend. But if you can find this, I did not. Wow. I'm gonna have to see what my LGS says they were giving on him. This. Magic. Damn it. Wow. Still got it wrong. So apparently they only want the foil for the regular version. But they're willing to take the dual deck version easily enough. Interesting. At a fairly high percentage. Anywho, but yeah. I could very easily see it being built as artifact creatures and having a handful of Soul's Attendant, Soul Sister variants of some description. Creatures entering gain life, creatures dying gain life. It's creatures that enter gain you gain life, etc. And again, I wouldn't go too deep on that, but I'd want some. Wormcoil Engine would also be a viable add. Wormcoil Engine. Excuse you. 6/6 for 6 mana with Death Touch and Lifelink. When it dies, you get a 3/3 with Death Touch and a 3/3 with Lifelink. You've probably already gained some amount of life off of it. So having to pay 3 life to recast it is perfectly fine. And you get to just simply loop through that. There are some cards that you're going to want to loop more than others. Meteor Golem. Meteor Golem and similar effects I see being in there. stuff that gets you some kind of card advantage, whether that's drawing extra cards, like what was it called? Thought Dissector? Whatever it was, the one that had Affinity. I have a list, just one I'm not happy with, if that'd help. Um, Let me try and get through this. You know what? Post it in the post it in Discord. Um, I may still go through it on stream. I just know that if I end up spending a lot of this, if not totally understand, but no. You're fine. I have no problem with looking at stuff during the stream. My problem with looking at stuff during the stream is it ends up being that I'll end up taking like 3 hours looking at lists, and then I'll have like, because I know because it's currently 7:30. Ideally, I like to try and have my stream finished by about midnight. And I'm already my original plan for my stream had been starting at 6. I finish at midnight. Cool. No big deal. You DM'd me. Did you send it to me on Discord or boop. I see you. Alright. Visit site. Okay. So the other thing I do need to know is, you said you're not happy with it. Is what are you not happy with it? Like, what bothers you about it? You said you're not happy with it. There's something that's getting your that you've noticed that's like something's bothering you about it. What? Oh, something else you might want to consider. Oh, what are you guys called? Oh, actually, use the simple example. There's a bunch of cards like Mind Stone. There's Mind Stone. There's oh good lord, Hedron Archive, Dreamstone Hedron, and then there are color specific versions. Let's see here. ID equal Azorius type artifact. Oh, draw. The clue stones? Clue stones are part of what the lockets. These are what I was thinking of. Right now, it only seems to have one way that it really likes to work, and it's not what was designed. Okay. So you're trying to design it to do Plan A, and the deck wants to do Plan B, and it doesn't do Plan B very well. Got it. But yeah. something like a Zorius Locket would work for the sort of thing I'm thinking of, because it'll help fix your mana, and you can sack it to draw cards later. Also, Sphinx of the Revelation, depending on how much life you're gaining and so forth. Like, if you gain 3 life in a single instance, you're going to gain 3 energy. Sphinx of the Revelation could end up drawing you a fair number of cards in a deck like that. But, yeah, I'm going to drop this as a link in my stream chats. Copy. There. Have that pasted somewhere where I can find it quickly and relatively easily. And the relevant comments, so I know what I'm actually looking to try and fix. No, how I can work on it. It does have a sideboard. Those are other cards I have set aside, but I wasn't sure how well they'd actually fit. I mean, cards like Arcane Sanctum, you're running 3 colors, I would probably just run it. You have 21 basics. I find 20 basics is good. So I would take a look at the balance of your colors, cut one card that's the least useful, like that you need the least often, and then put Arcane Sanctum in. Ornithopter I do not think would be the Ornithopter I do not think would be worth the 3 life that you're paying for it. You're going to want something that actually does something. Because ideally you want cards that you want to recur. And Ornithopter, I don't think it does enough. If I am playing a 0 mana creature, I would probably play, like in general, I would probably play Memnite instead. Ancient Stone Idol for each attacking creature. Ancient Stone Idol would just be a big creature. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's kind of what, it's kind of like what some of the other cards I was pointing out are. Ancient Stone Idol, I will also point out, it also doesn't insist that you are the one being, like, you do not have to be involved in the combat at all. And, again, Noctis, you are not worrying about paying, you're not worrying about paying extra costs, alternate costs. You are just paying You are just casting from a unusual location. That's it. So Ancient Stone Idol basically has affinity for attackers. If somebody's attacking with, 6 creatures, you cast it out of your graveyard for 4 mana and 3 life and get a 12/12 trample. I think that's fine. And when it dies, you get a 6/12 trample. And when it dies, you also get the ability to recast it later. Also, attacking creatures are still attacking creatures until the end of combat step. So after combat damage is done, you can recast the Ancient Stone Idol still at a discounted price. Ethereum Spinner. Ethereum Spinner I like. If you have enough stuff that's 4 or greater, Ethereum Spinner would be good. Kappa Cannoneer. We don't need to talk about Kappa Cannoneer. Leonin Elder. Yep. Mandible Justicar whenever another artifact. I'm most interested in the fact that it's a 2-power creature with lifelink that will occasionally swing for more. Meteor Golem, yep. Padim. At the beginning of your upkeep. Oh, artifacts you control have. If you just look at the first line, that's. Giving your artifacts hexproof is kind of a lot. Shimmer Dragon, yep. Oh, Noctis only lets you recast artifacts. How hard is it to reanimate with an artifact? I can think of... I think I can think of one. And I'm not saying it's the only one. Do you do what I think you do? Return target artifact creature card. Damn. Although, if you don't already have it, this is probably worth a consideration. Because this just... If you get to the point where you can't use Noctis, this gives you consistent reanimation. Yeah, your sideboard cards seem fine. Most of the cards that are in your sideboard seem like cards that are going to want to work in this deck. So, I'll have to take a look over the rest of the list later. But I think from what I'm seeing a reasonable, at least if the main deck is anything along the lines of how the sideboard is, it shouldn't be bad. It'll just be necessary. Let's take out these cards that aren't doing what you're trying to do and put these cards in instead. Meanwhile, back at the ranch salad dressing. Yeah, I'll try to get back to you on more about that. Possibly tonight. No promises. But I'll try. Yeah, Rise of the Eldrazi. So the interesting thing I find about Rise of the Eldrazi and Zendikar block in general is I found there's a lot of cards in this block that seem to, by the time they were printed, had already been power crept by meh cards from back in the day. And I know we're talking about cards from 2010, which is already 15 years ago. '16, technically, but still, you know, a long time ago. And when I say meh cards from back in the day, I mean that, you know, cards from revised and thereabouts that were the kind of cards that casual players would gravitate towards, but people that played the game to any, like, actually cared at all about playing competitively would just be like, why are you bothering? Now, of course, there's people that play competitively even back then that instead of having that kind of attitude would be like, well, that's not a good card because these reasons. If you want something that does that, why don't you play this instead? And try and help guide you towards something that was actually a little more sensible for what you were trying to accomplish. And maybe guide you towards being a more competitive player, and maybe not. And uh, sometimes you come across people that are quite comfortable with just, you know what? You're a casual player. You want to play casually. You want to play, sit down and relax, have a good time. I am not going to yuck your yum. Let's work within those boundaries. But still trying to find better cards for you to play that are, that are doing what you want your deck to do. And so I'm seeing cards in Zendikar and Rise of the Eldrazi and Worldwake, and there are some really good, really solid, really powerful cards in that, in the block. And then you get some cards. Yeah, Smite, so do I. I try hard not to be the kind of person to say, well, that card is crap, you shouldn't play it, yada, 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 which is part of why, I doing the kind of streams that I do. I try to look at cards and go, what is a sensible, logical, reasonable reason for you to play this card? And the first card I'm coming across in Rise of the Eldrazi, in my opinion, got power crept 15 plus years earlier by Wall of Swords. Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Revised, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th. Okay, so it made every core set apart from 9th edition. It made it all the way to 10th. It skipped 9th, but it made it to 10th. And then M14. If you take a look at Soulbound Guardians, you have 1 white for a 4/5 flying defender. 1 white and 4 for a 4/5 flying defender. Wall of Swords, 1 white and 3 for a 3/5 flying defender. You are paying an extra mana for an extra point of power, and that's it. Okay, that's not completely true. This has got creature type wall. This has got creature type core spirit. In general, you should play Wall of Swords at, I would say, 80%. Like if you're looking at Soulbound Guardians, at least 80% of the time, Wall of Swords would be better. So why would you play this? And I wouldn't even be looking at, budget being a question, because it's like you can pick up the M14 printing for 13 cents versus 5 cents. Is 8 cents going to break the bank? Depending on what you're trying to do, it might. But this is a wall. This is a core spirit. Spirit walls had a decent amount of support back in the day. Stuff that supports walls nowadays rarely supports walls specifically. They support creatures with defender. And that's not the same thing. Back in the day, all walls had defender. That was a rule of the game. Things have changed over the years. That's now been separated. You can have a defender without being a wall. You can have a wall that doesn't have defender. But what this does do is it allows you to bridge the gap between having spirit support and defender support. And maybe, just maybe, somebody's decided they're going to build a spirit a spirit tribal deck with defenders. And it sounds weird, but based on that, I could conceivably see it. There are 16 spirits with defender. Alright, sort by color. We are trying to compare it to a 5 mana 4/5 flyer. Well, Faithbound Judge is already better. Actually, we're comparing it to this guy right here. You have a 3/3 flying defender with vigilance, which sounds weird. Once it no longer has any judgment counters on it, or sorry, once it has 3 or more judgment counters, it no longer has defender. And that becomes, if you disturb it, it becomes a aura, it becomes a curse. It becomes a white curse, hilariously. Geist of the Lonely Vigil. Once you have Delirium, can attack, once you have Delirium, it's a 2/3 flyer. Stoic Ephemera. If you are able to attack with this thing on a consistent basis, this ends up being a 3 mana 5/5 flyer. For 1 less mana, you get this averages to, let's say, a 3/4 flyer. So slightly smaller than Wall of Swords, which was a 3/5. But this also consistently gains you life every turn. Wall of Reverence with Soulbound Guardians in play, you're going to consistently gain 4 life. I think it's not unreasonable to build around it. Let's see here. Changeling. Who's got Defender? There's no Changelings with Defender? Unless there's no Ian Ed. I'm pretty sure, yeah. There's no Defenders. Interesting. 16. You're probably running 15 of them. And in a deck like that, I can see playing Soulbound Guardians as a necessity. But in at least 80% of cases, if you're looking for an effect like Soulbound Guardians, for 1 less mana, lose 1 less power, this is a better creature 9 times out of 10. Yes, 80% of the time, it's a better creature 9 times out of 10. Core Line Slinger, 2 mana for 0/1, tap to tap target creature, power 3 or less. There's better cards than this. Like, didn't Asen Bureaucrats do something like that? Asen Bureaucrats. 2 mana for a 1/1. Tap target creature, power 2 or less. 2 mana for a 0/1. Tap target creature, power 3 or less. This and Asen Bureaucrats are almost identical. I would play the Line Slinger over the Bureaucrats, except the Bureaucrats. There's one place I'm playing the Bureaucrat. I'm actually actively playing the playing the Bureaucrats in a deck. And that's because of this word right here. It's an advisor. I built Tobias Andrian Advisors Mill with 24 Persistent Petitioners and about 20 other advisors. And this is one of them. This is one of them. Because it's an advisor and it has an ability that will occasionally be useful. And spending 2 mana on a 1/1, while not exciting, 2 mana on a 1/1 with a reasonable ability is still fine. Also, I love the flavor text. I would say that our bureaucrats are no better than vipers. But I shouldn't insult the vipers. Yeah, Core Line Slinger. If you're looking to play that kind of card, fine. I would rather see tap target creature. Just out and out tap target creature. Whoop. Sort by color. Let's not even go too deep into it. You're looking for 2 mana, 1/1. Benless Trapper. You get a 2 mana 1/2. Same with Blinding Mage. Pay white and tap it. Tap target creature. I like the Versionary Tactics. 5 mana enchantment. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Tap target creature. You're going to have more creatures than anybody else, more than likely. Sandbear. 1 white for 1/2. Pay 2 and tap it. Tap target creature. Gideon's Lawkeeper. 1 mana for 1/1. Pay white. Tap target creature. Yep. That feels about right. Like you have lots of options on stuff that can tap creatures without having to worry about how big the creature is. Stern Constable. Tap and discard a card. Tap target creature. Depending on the kind of deck you're building. And then you can start going into the other colors. I'm going to skip most of these other colored stuff and just fast forward down to artifacts. Hilda's Crown of Winter is not bad. And then, of course, being able to, like, just sack it to draw a bunch of cards. Enjoy. Internet technical difficulties. I returned. No! Dun dun dun! Yeah, like if you're playing white or blue and you're looking for ways to tap creatures, there's plenty of options. I would probably just bypass the ones that care about how big the creatures are because you have enough options that do not care that the creature has got power X or less or Y or more, Y or less, toughness Y or less or anything, or mana value Z or less or whatever. There's enough options not to bother with a core line slinger. Time of Heroes. Each creature you control with a level counter gets +2/+2. It is going to be difficult to build a decent level deck. Actually, let's try that again. I have to fix that now. There we go. Let's just grab you real quick. I am looking for Tagger. Leveler. Sort by color. 7, 7, 4, 3, 4. So the most numbers that you could get in 3-color would be 18 in either Esper or Bant. You could go 5-color. I wouldn't, because a lot of the cards that you're going to want to run are going to have colored mana wanted for their level. But I could see building... Actually, Control-Shift-T. Does Hex... No, they got Hex Drinker. What's the other one? Oh. It's not a real card. It's a playtest card thing. Not a playtest card, but it's... Alright. If you want to get all of them, you're playing 5-color to get 25. You can get 18 by playing 3-color. You're playing white, blue, plus either black or green. And I would have no problem with that. I'd want more ways to draw extra cards and dig through my deck deeper, because I only have 18 creatures that fit the theme of the deck. But this is why Time of Heroes would be so important. Time of Heroes, Venerated Teacher, Training Grounds, handful of other cards, and unfortunately a lot of those cards are going to be specifically during this block, and more specifically during Rise of the Eldrazi. But leveling's an activated ability. If leveling is an activated ability, anything that reduces activated abilities will work for your deck as well. But what it does mean is a lot of your deck is going to be centered on Rise of the Eldrazi. It's not going to be strictly, but it's going to be heavily based on that. That being said, if you pull this off as like a 60-card version, oh my gods, I just realized a thing. Whoops. Control-Shift-T. 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Only 2 of them are not legal for tiny leaders. You're going to want to play blue. You're still going to want to play blue-white. But tiny leaders, you're now looking at a 50-card deck. 7 and 6 is 13. That's a quarter of your deck already. And then 13, if you go to Bant, you have 3 colors. And suddenly a level up deck becomes a lot more viable, because the handful of cards that you've got access to, you're going to have a much easier time of finding. So yeah, Time of Heroes, best home for this that is based on Commander, in my opinion, is a format like Tiny Leaders. MTG Tiny Leaders ban list. uh, uh, nothing on the original. Nothing on the original Tiny Leaders ban list. I do not see anything. Yeah. Wow. Click the official TLR. Ah. Ba 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 ba. Alright, whatever. From what I am seeing, there's nothing that says you cannot play a level up deck feasibly in Tiny Leaders. And that's going to make this card, that's going to make this card really good. Wow. Okay. So yeah, there's your home fort. McKindy Griffin. The only thing I can think of for maybe playing McKindy Griffin is a Griffin tribal deck, but I don't even think ID equal white order CMC. What do we got for 4-drops? McKindy Griffin is a it's a 4-mana 2/4. So almost as big with vigilance. Roughly the same size with a drawback of sorts. First strike. Eh. I don't see anything that I would outright say is, but strictly better. At 4 mana, I don't see anything that I would call strictly better than McKindy Griffin. I would see some things that are strictly worse, but nothing that's strictly better. And nothing at 3 mana is enough to, yeah. McKindy Griffin, I think, is playable as a mono white. Like if you're doing like mono white Griffins, I think it's actually playable. I don't like it, but I think in that deck it's actually playable. Puncturing Light. 2-mana instant, destroy target attacking or blocking creature, power 3 or less. Notice it says power, not toughness. You could have a 0-30. And if it's not indestructible for, for whatever reason, you can go, cool, kill it. It cares about its power. It doesn't care about its toughness. It doesn't care about its mana value. I think this is more playable than it first appears. I'm not saying I think it's necessarily good, but I think it's more playable than it first appears. Oh. Yeah, we'll come back to you. Went to open up a box, packet, thing of cookies, and it's like, oh, you're a long time ago. I will try later. But yeah, Puncturing Light, I think it's a lot more reasonable than it first appears. Now, that being said, I was going to compare it to some of the stuff that's out now. However, some of the stuff that's out now is a much higher rarity. For example, Erode, which just came out in Secrets of Strixhaven. And is trying to be the modern version of, whatchamacallit, Path of Exile. You lose the Exile ability, but you gain the ability to hit Planeswalkers. It's otherwise the same card. But suddenly that difference of losing Exile, but it destroys and can also hit Planeswalkers, is a huge deal. Because now you can target things that are indestructible. You can target things that regenerate. You can have ways to get around your stuff dying. Then you get Puncturing Light, and you're like... And I will point out, a lot of cards... A lot of cards... A lot of people do not play with cards unless they're playing specific creature types, for example, slivers, that boost the size of the creature. You have certain cards that will boost the size of the creature, in certain creature types, but generally speaking, cards of that type often do not get played. Let me throw you some examples. I have my mono blue deck that tries to play like a green deck. I have Grind Dark Architect in here, partly because it's a pump spell, and partly because I can combo with another card. I think it's Pilipala to generate infinite mana. Beyond that, what have I got? I've got some cards that will pump a specific creature. You know, also like adventuring gear. But apart from that, I don't really have anything that pumps my team. My mono blue deck, that's just commons. I don't have anything like that there. For pump, a bunch of my cards pump individual creatures. I only have Sunken City. Now, to be fair, this deck is playing with just commons. Pumping the team in mono, in mono blue at common is really hard to pin down. But unless I'm playing a tribe, that's actually known for it, you can make an argument for Alistair Shepherd here. Leaf Crown Visionary. Pendlehaven Elder sometimes. Elvish Clan Color. Arwen potentially. Elvish Archdruid. Galadrim Brigade. How much are you now? Are you actually? You are... Wow. I'm glad I picked you up when I did. Paragon of Eternal Wilds. Which actually is not an elf. I did not realize that. And I'm not even running all the ones that I could sensibly conceivably run. I'm not even running all the ones I could sensibly conceivably run. If you want a deck built around lords, and you're not doing something like slivers, elves and goblins are probably your two biggest ones. Zombies sometimes. And then it starts getting a little more scattered. But there's, you take a look at all the decks that get built. Like, think about the decks that people like to build that are based around a specific creature type. Think about dragons, for example. You're going to see like a couple cards that are played to make your dragons better. Like Crucible of Fire. But only a couple. What else do people like to play that's based around a specific creature type? Well, maybe you're saying Saprolings. Again, there'll be a couple of cards that people are playing to make their Saprolings better. But most of the ones that people are playing to make their Saprolings better are generic. They're not sapling specific. Eldrazi, same thing. There'll be a couple, and most of the cards that people are going to be playing, they're going to be fairly generic. There's only a handful of creature types that people regularly, consistently play. Why does this feel like in the wrong spot? There's only a couple creature types people consistently, regularly play where you can expect to find a reasonable number of other, creatures you control of a given type get +1/+1 or +2/+2 or +bonus/+bonus, and sometimes some other ability, and have a healthy amount of them. Pretty much every other deck that you can build that's going to be based around a certain creature type. Wizards is going to have a fair amount of support. But you're not going to find a lot of, you're going to find a handful of cards, maybe 3 or 4, maybe, that will actually pump your wizards. And beyond that, they're just, eh. They do what they say on the tin. So suddenly puncturing light is going to end up hitting more things than it first appears. I'm not saying I think it's great or amazing, but I'm saying I think it's more useful than most people realize. You actually have to put effort in if you're not playing one of like 4 or 5 creature types. Like even when I sketched out my mono blue ramp deck, I had like 8 cards pulled out to put in for brewing a deck from scratch often comes with a challenge that pre-con creators don't have, the ability to create a card that fits. You don't, well, except you don't necessarily need to be able to create a card. Oops. I mean, if you take a look how many cards are in the game, there's over 30,000 cards. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just be on the safe side, because I don't want to count the stuff that's on Arena. Arena only, or potentially MTGO only. Okay, so there's over 30,000 cards in the game. The game's been around for over 30 years. It's been around long enough. Chances are you can find a card to do what you're looking for. When I was sketching out my mono blue ramp deck, I had pulled out about 8 cards specifically to pump my blue creatures. I had Sunken City, and I forget what the blue Paragon was called, and I had Gauntlet of Power, and I know I had like a few others pulled out. The Grand Grand Architect, I think was called, and a few others. And out of everything that I pulled out that I could run, I'm only using like one or two of them. And only one of them is specifically there just to pump my team. The other is there largely because somebody turned around and said, "You realize you've got these two cards that you know, if you put them together, you get infinite mana." Wait, what? You get infinite mana. Wait, what? Yeah, and in any color scheme I wanted while I was at it. So depending on what you're trying, like, blue is probably quite possibly the color that gets overlooked the most in terms of its actual flexibility. There's what people expect blue to be able to do, and this is true for every color. There's things that blue is expected to be able to do. And then there's what blue has actual access to. And blue has access to a lot more than most people realize. Green has access to more than most people realize, but green is less, what's the word I'm looking for? People know more about what green has access to because people are paying a lot more attention to it than they used to. Green used to be considered one of the weakest colors in the game, and very much well, you know, kids play green when they're learning how to play Magic. People eventually learned that, you can play mono green at a Pro Tour and win. Since then, it's been getting a lot more attention, including through Commander. Red is Red, I think, is not as bad off as most people realize, but they also the problem is we're used to thinking of colors being able to do well. You play red. This is the kind of deck that red builds. You can build this, or you can build this, or you can build the. There's some giant, conceptual ideas on how a given color works. And if it falls into one of these giant conceptual ideas for that color, great. If it doesn't, people are like, I guess that's not a thing. And that's not true. You constantly if you check back through the game's history, you will find the ability to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever it is you're looking for. Chances are very high you can find something that does what you're looking for in the color that you're looking for. When I came out with mono green control over a decade ago, over a dozen years ago, one of the things I put in my deck, I'm like, I'm playing control. I'm going to need counter spells at some point. How can I counter spells? One, I found my general. Dosan the Falling Leaf. Players can cast spells only during their own turns. which means if I'm casting a thing, you're not countering me. Now, yes, some exceptions apply. See your local retailer for details, etc. This doesn't count things like, like you still have to worry about people playing things like, well, I will channel Mirror Shell Crab and Mana Leak you. Okay, so you're still going to want some kind of protection. But you don't need as much as you would have initially. We mean no. Oh. You could also run Hall of Gemstone. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses color. Until end of turn, lands tapped for mana produce mana of the chosen color instead of any other color. Which means, if I've got Hall of Gemstone in play, and I declare green on my upkeep, if somebody wants to tap land for mana, it's going to tap for green. It will only tap for blue or black or whatever else if I declare that as a color, or if on their turn they declare that as a color. But what I also found was this fun, cute little card. No brooch. Or brooch. Depends how you pronounce it. 4 mana artifact. 2 tap and discard your hand. Negate. It gives me access to a counterspell when I cannot play spells. It can only counter non-creature spells. Players can cast spells only during their own turns. No brooch turns around and says, cool, negate. And at one point, I even had Elder Druid in there, which allowed me to untap target artifact, creature, or land. My idea for my mono green deck is if I can find a green card that does what I'm looking for, I'm playing that. I need to utilize Scryfall more. I remember all sets I've drafted / bought, I just haven't experienced efficiency. Yeah. And Smite, I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's only a handful of things you really need to learn in order to be able to utilize Scryfall well. Color or color identity. And the different, like, as long as you know the abbreviation, the single letter abbreviation for a color, you can ignore this thing like having to type it out by name or the names of the shards, etc., etc. C colon is it's in this color. C equals is it's exactly this color. But that's the color. That's not the color identity. You get your hands on that, you're good. T colon. What type is the card? O colon is it's in the Oracle text, i.e. the modernized text of the card. So if you're looking for something that's like really old, like say from like 1997, and you have an idea how it would be worded nowadays, you don't need to remember exactly how it worked. just have an idea how big, that's how you would look for it. Quotes, you know how to use this section here where it says card text. Mana costs, you don't have to worry too much about. The bigger part of this I would care about is MV for mana value. And also be aware that a lot of these things you can use greater than, less than, equals in some combination. So you can do greater than and equal to, less than and equal to, etc. Multi-phase cards, most of the time, you won't have to worry about that. Spells, permanents, and effects, most of the time, you're not going to have to worry about that. Extra cards and funny cards, stuff from unsets, stuff that are, or stuff that just isn't in a normal kind of deck, you won't have to worry about that. Rarity, you are rarely going to have to worry about that unless you start doing the kind of decks where I do, where being common is occasionally relevant. Sets and blocks, again, rarely going to have to worry about that. Cubes, these are only for cubes that are officially supported. Usually cubes that Wizards of the Coast or some other well-known outlet puts out. You're not going to have to worry about that. Basically, once you get past mana costs, once you get past power, toughness, and loyalty, most of the stuff after that, you're not going to have to worry about. Format legality, maybe. This you may have to you may have to understand at some point, depending on whether you care about a budget or not. After that, probably the only thing that I can think of that you would actually need to worry about is having an understanding what tags are. And, quote, data for these two features come from the Tagger project, which is a clickable link. You can get into regular expressions. It's got its own version of regex available. But honestly, you're looking at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have an idea how to use these 5 tags? Maybe. The pricing? Maybe. And that's 98% of what you will ever use on Scryfall, unless you decide to start going into like some really, really deep stuff. And if you don't, even if you don't remember exactly, like you don't remember exactly a name, I don't know. It's Eldrazi. I don't know. It was a land. There's one land that has the word Eldrazi in it. It will bring up what exists. Or maybe it was an artifact. Okay, there's one artifact. What about instant? Wow, are you kidding me? Alright. Power less than 3. There you go. it will pull up whatever options exist that fit what you're trying to find. But, yeah, I would just get used to how to search for certain things. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it, I hate this. This cough is a pain in the neck. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Good lord, it's almost 9 o'clock. I'm going to have to push this. Back to what I was saying. Puncturing light creatures don't TLDR of this. Creatures often don't have a... They don't have something to pump them. Like, you unless the deck is a specific type, i.e. goblins, elves, zombies, something of that nature. Unless it's based around a very specific type of deck, slivers, you're not going to have to worry about something suddenly getting embiggened. So, puncturing light, like I said, it's going to be better than it first appears. I'm not saying I think it's good, but I think it's better than bad. I don't think it's good, but I think it's better than bad. Harmless Assault. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn by attacking creatures. I will point out, if you're playing first of all, if you're playing Ace or a Turbo Fog deck, you're probably looking at this going, why would I play this? The difference here is that Harmless Assault allows blocking creatures to still deal combat damage. And that is a huge difference between this and a card like Holy Day. And therefore, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, or the kind of role that you expect your deck to play, or even the board state, this may actually, like, this is one of the, this is a card that looks oh yeah, oh it's my yeah. It's only attacking creatures that have their damage prevented. Blockers still deal their damage. This can swing the tide of a game. It's a 12-cent common. This can swing the tide of a game by turning around and saying, oh, you are attacking you? Cool. Guess what? I'll do you a favor. How would you like combat math to work in your favor? What? How would you like combat math to work in your favor? What do you got? Go ahead and block. Don't be scared. Worry more about me than what's going to happen with combat math. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I help you. You leave me alone until your following turn? Sure. Harmless Assault. None of your creatures deal combat damage. Yours deal. What? No! Yeah. I would not have thought about that had I not even been streaming tonight and looking at it and like TIL, blocking creatures still deal damage. This is going to swing games, and it's a 12-cent common. I need to put this in more decks. Where are you? Harmless Assault, Rise of the Eldrazi. Icarol Outrider. 2 mana for 1/2. It starts off as a Squire. One of the most heavily derided cards in the game. When Stormcrow can look at a card in all seriousness and go, I'm better than you are, there's a problem. When Stormcrow can legitimately look at a card and go, I'm better than you are, there's a problem. Squire got power crept by Stormcrow. This starts off as a Squire. It does eventually get fairly decent. Keep in mind, level up, that's an activated ability. You can reduce that. If you can, and if you are playing with level up cards, you're going to want to play blue because you're going to want to play Venerated Teacher. If you hit Venerated Teacher, suddenly that being able to put 2-level creatures on all your creatures that have got level up is huge. Once this gets up to level 4 or higher, keep in mind you are going to want it higher eventually at some point. More as protection for removal of counters. The extra counters don't do anything, except as somebody uses an effect like, what was that card I mentioned earlier? Hex Parasite. If somebody's using an effect like Hex Parasite, just being able to go, okay, so you remove what? 3 counters? Okay, next turn, I'll pay 4. Okay, he's back to a 3/10 vigilance. It just gives some protection instead of leaving it just at 4, just barely hitting the maximum, and then having to climb all the way back from technically level 0. 3/10 vigilance is pretty good though. It's also the sort of thing that lets you basically be a giant wall and still attack for damage occasionally. This also feels like the kind of card where, toughness matters, Doc. Something based around that general concept might have a potential interest in this. Also, again, we're dealing with counters. You also get to proliferate. Yeah. You have lots of toys to play with. Get that first counter on it somehow. Find ways to cheat counters onto it somehow. Venerated Teacher is going to make a difference. Plus, once it has a counter on it, I believe counters count as, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Modified. MTG modified. Or have counters on them. Has a counter on? Yeah. As long as it has a counter on it. As long as it has a counter on it, it is modified. Therefore, anything that cares about, you know, oh look, I've leveled it up one. Even if level 1 does nothing, it's now modified. Stuff that cares about stuff being modified is going to care here. Knight of Cliffhaven, generally considered to be much better than the Icarol Outrider. Because it starts off as a 2-2 for 2. 2-2 for 2, 2-2 for 2. It also has a lower level up cost. It only levels up for 3, not 4. You do that once, well, now you got a 2-3 flyer. Again, flying, huge difference in the game. I am going to, like, the next few decks I'm going to work on, I'm going to have to actively start paying attention to how much flying I have in my decks. Like, I don't know what my next one is, but if the next deck I do is, I don't know, Re-Ratomator, I think is how I was nicknaming it. I'm going to have to see if there's a way I can make my rats fly. Okay, fine. There are 2 flying rats. There are 2 flying rats. That's hilarious. Yeah. But flying is overlooked by too many people, myself included. And it's a way, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It is a simple, easy way where people who are new to the game can win a game of Commander out of nowhere because they have something that has flying and the people they're playing against don't. And it doesn't even have to be a big something. You know, a 3-3 or a 4-4 with flying can just thunk, thunk, thunk. Yeah, Zero Smite over in the YouTube chat just said, it's amazing how many decks I've played against where the pod has 0 flyers. Yeah. You throw a couple random flyers in your deck, and suddenly the tables will turn and be like, why am I down to like 15 already? Hey, Roar. So yeah, Knight of Cliffhaven going up just to level 1 is going to be a much bigger difference than it first appears. And if that's all that ever happens to it, because that's all you can ever afford to do with it, it's still going to be a lot. And I would probably even consider throwing it into a Knight deck. Dawnglare Invoker. 3 mana for a 2-1 flyer. 8 : tap all creatures target player controls. And And this is one of the cards where we first learn, where we learn that we had heard of, yeah, we had heard of certain beings being treated basically as gods on Zendikar. This is where we find out that they learned the truth. If you combine it with the right commander or deck, it can be technically unblockable. Yeah, I'm not looking. The thing is, I'm not like Zero is suggesting cover of darkness. Like I'm saying how much people overlook flying, and Zero's like, well, you could play cover of darkness in that slot instead, and he's not wrong. But flying gives you defense against flying, as well as being as well as being offensive in of itself. You're killing two birds with one stone. A card like Cover of Darkness is not going to help you defensively. So it's not bad. It's just not what I would suggest for players in general. Sure, but Shadow still does not help you against somebody being down with flyers. Shadow is actually going to make sure that you cannot block their creatures. So it's a different concern there. It's flying should be more commonly played, generally more offensively. But as I said, it also gives you a way to use it defensively. Whereas some abilities like Shadow, like Fear, yeah. And there's a lot more of flying, and people still don't play them enough. That's the thing. If you're playing a goblin deck, for example, what's the likelihood you're actually playing anything that's got flying? If you're playing elves, what's the likelihood you're playing anything that's got flying? If you're playing slivers, okay, there's 3 maybe. Well, Shadow was also very much based around like one particular setting. And so getting that ability back is rather difficult without going back to that setting. It's kind of like an in-between worlds thing. Kind of like if we I think Edge of Eternity might have given us an ability to do it, but that was built more space-y. Yeah, but even so, then you take out 2 or 3 creatures, and now you can block everything again. That being said, yeah, there's there are too many decks. Like, without going too deep on this deck is gonna have a couple, but not much. My ramp deck is gonna have a couple, not much. Yomiji, I think maybe has a couple. Prismatic Piper, I don't think has any. Thada Del Ramp, I've got a couple. Like a lot of these decks, I have like a couple here, a couple there, but in general, you take out like two or three creatures, and you're not going to. You take out two or three creatures, and I have like no defense against flying. Elves is probably my best in a defensive sense. Um, Sphinx, I'm going to be fine for flyers. Same with Kalia's Angels, because those are two creature types that are based around flying. But if somebody drops an effect like Moat, even if it's like Magus of the Moat, yes, you drop an effect like Magus of the Moat, and most of my decks would be like, if I don't find one or three creatures, I cannot do anything. But yeah, Dongler and Floker. Yeah, I know. It's Smite. The funny thing is, like, so in Rise of the Eldrazi, there was a cycle, one card for each color, where the creature itself was okay. You know, you get your normal assumption for 3 mana at common at that point was a 2/2 flyer. Well, I only get a 2/1 flyer. But it's a flyer, so that already is a big deal. And then an expensive activated ability, but a game swinging activated ability. 8 Cone, tap all creatures target player controls. It's not target player. It's not target opponent. It's, you know, it can be anybody. And again, you don't have to be involved in combat. And it doesn't even have to be combat. And if you've got a bunch of spare mana floating around, which sometimes happens, you can be like, cool. Pay 8. Tap all your creatures. Swing for lethal. And if they don't have an effect like, I don't know, darkness or harmless assault, somebody's dead. Yeah. Really good way to use a bunch of extra mana that you. And again, it's still a cheap flyer. But in that time, mono white was the worst, let's admit, especially for mana. Maybe, but the thing you also have to remember about this card. You need out of all the mana you'd be spending, you need 1 white mana. You need a white mana to cast on Glare Invoker. After that, and you could get that off a treasure. After that, doesn't matter. You could throw this in a deck that's heavily, Simic, with a little bit of white for, Dongler Invoker and, Path to Exile and a few other things. And then go, cool. By the way, thunk. Banned. Yes. Or you could throw it into Mardu, and it would be, a deck that's heavily red-black, etc., etc. This is also part of the reason why it's a lot better than it first appears, is because out of everything that you're going to be spending on it, you only need 1 white mana once. if you're playing any sort of... Oh yeah, if you're playing any sort of control deck, it's actually going to be lots of fun. Alpha Guard Hand. I see this, and the first thing I'm thinking about for this deck is, a Toughness Matters deck. Because that +3 toughness is like, oh, suddenly this is like, I get a 2/2 creature and a giant growth built in. Wait, what? Yeah, I get a 2/2 creature and a giant growth built in because I'm dealing combat damage based on my toughness instead of my power. And you throw this, even if you throw it to be its own creature, if you've got a way to give it haste, it can suddenly, it comes down as a 2/2, but it's going to attack as a 5/5. And if it doesn't have haste, well, suddenly it blocks as a 5/5, or it shows up as a 2/2 and basically giant growth on something else. I think it's perfectly fine at 3. I think it's perfectly legit at 3, depending on the kind of deck that you're playing. I would not play it in most decks, but in a deck that cares about toughness, even in a dog, like if you're playing Rin and Seri, I might consider throwing Alpha Guard Hound in, just as a protection pooch. Guard duty, I don't care what you say. I love the flavor text. Here's this giant being handed a spear and a shield. I was told these were standard issue. Do I look standard to you? The spear that's like probably the biggest spear they have access to is like, it's like an arrow in his hand. Might as, get him a bow and just fire them off instead. Enchanted creature has defender. Might have been, like, it was okay back in the day, back when pacifism was still fair. Yeah, this was a more efficient pacifism in general most of the time. But now, I mean, pacifism, arrest has been power crept down to pacifism cost. And I think mana value less than 2. Because most of the time that you're playing pacifism, in general, you care about it not attacking. You're going to put it on like a 12/12 ground creature and be like, a 12/12 trampler. Cool, you can't attack anymore. And then just get through with something that can get around it anyway. Or, if they've got like an 8/8 dragon. Cool. You're not attacking me anymore. That's generally the most common reason people play a card like pacifism. And there's not really. The funny thing is, Arrest has been power crept down to pacifism levels, like down to pacifism costs. But pacifism hasn't made it down to 1 mana yet. You can make it down to 1 mana as long as you give them some kind of way to bypass it. So, guard duty, it's okay. I mean, yes, for 1 more mana, pacifism is strictly better. But for 1 mana, but for 1 mana, you could just get rid of the creature anyway with Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exile, and now Erode. So the only reason to play Guard Duty is if you care about auras. But even if you care about auras, there's enough pacifism effects that give you the ability to get rid of the creatures sometime later anyway. Let's see if I can find Tagger. Alright. So... Alright, so you are OTAG, okay. So, OTAG pacifism, O:\XL. Sort by color. Hot take, they should make some silver border cards legal. The problem with your statement is saying making some silver border cards legal. And then you would have to find a way to make them in such a way that they could be legal. What was that one I saw getting mentioned earlier? Oh yeah, Weight of Conscience. If you're looking for a pacifism style effect that can eventually exile the creature, Weight of Conscience, when I was watching Popper Canada this weekend, at least one of the people in the chat was like, yeah, Weight of Conscience is actually really good. And yeah, if you're looking for something to emulate Swords of Plowshares or Path to Exile or an effect of that nature, Weight of Conscience is actually pretty good for that. It looks like you're calmly looking in the ballpark of... It looks like it's calmly in the ballpark of 5 mana-ish. Organ Harvest just need... Organ Harvest. So the first problem with Organ Harvest is it was designed back when Black commonly got the ability to get fast mana. That largely has been shifted over to Red now. If they did reprint a card of this nature, I would expect it to be put into like a battle bond style set that was based around teammates. I think it was battle bond or conspiracy, I forget which. uh I'm kind of I'm kind of meh on it. I mean, I didn't. There's a few places it could have gone. Um, I mean, yeah, I grew up with it being in black, but I mean, black already had so much on its plate in what it could do. It might have been. One might even argue it had been like overloaded with stuff. In terms of actual like stuff that people actually cared about playing. But yeah, guard duty. If you want to affect like guard duty, honestly, Rar is right. Pay the extra mana, play pacifism, but if you're playing pacifism, play one of the better pacifism variants. That's basically arrest with a, that's basically arrest with upside. That's 2 mana. Caravan escort. Again, this is a reasonable leveler, 1 mana for a 1/1, which while not exciting, you're not looking at, 2 mana for a 1/1 with an ability that nobody uses. It does take some time to get there, but if you can reduce the activation cost by 1, as an example, once it hits level 5, you have paid white plus 5 and end up with a 5/5 first strike, which is really good. Again, first strike. Okay. Yeah, Smite, I see the card you're talking about now. Enchanted creature has flying. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt to and dealt by enchanted creature. Yeah, there's a few cards that are similar to that. But yeah, whatchamacallit? First strike. I don't feel like red needs more rituals. He even has double. Yeah. It's trying to find the divide. I think part of the problem is trying to find the right dividing line between um trying to get to wow, words. Trying to find the right dividing line between what a red ritual should look like nowadays and what a black ritual should look like nowadays. Because what black had access to back in the day, it doesn't do that anymore. I don't know. Maybe, but well, no, because I was gonna say calling the weak, but then red also got Infernal Plunge. I don't know. But yeah, Caravan Escort. I mean, the other thing about Caravan Escort is it's not unreasonable that on any given turn you're gonna like, yeah, I got a couple extra mana I'm probably not gonna use. Yeah, I'll just level this up now. And remember, we are looking at a time when, during that block, it was not unreasonable to end up with an extra 8 mana randomly floating around at some point during some turn or other. Which is why the activation costs end up being as high as they are. Do I agree with it? Do I disagree with it? These are cards that were built for standard. Commander barely even existed as a like Commander was a format that judges played. Yeah, that judges played after hours at like a Grand Prix or whatever. So they weren't building for like, you know, 50 million people. They were building for like a handful of people that might have an interest in it in a random pickup game um, at the end of the day of, judging something else. Merfolk Observer. Now we're finally on to blue. 2 mana for a 2/1 Merfolk Rogue, which in of itself doesn't sound exciting, but it's a Merfolk and it's a Rogue. And Merfolk Rogue is a combination that people will build based around that specific pair. So Merfolk synergies and Rogue synergies. When it enters, look at the top card target player's library. Again, doesn't sound amazing, but it is a useful enter the battlefield ability that can give you some idea what to expect from your opponents. And I can see somebody at some point going, I'm going to flicker this thing occasionally because I want to know what people are going to be. I occasionally want to know what people are going to be drawing. Oh, you just brainstormed? Let me see where the next card is. Wait, what? You just brainstormed. I want to see what your next card is. Oh, you cracked a fetch and then you drew a card. Okay, let me see what you got coming up next. It's not completely out of the realm. And I think this is part of the reason why, for a common, it's 14 cents compared to some of the stuff that we're seeing. Some of the other stuff we're seeing. This card from the same set is 5 cents. Mishra's Bauble was Cold Snap and a rare, I believe. Mishra's Bauble, not reprint. Sorry, it was an uncommon. I'm pretty sure it wasn't common. So it's an uncommon, and I'm pretty sure it was a few bucks even back then. Like, not a lot, but a few bucks. And so, getting a reasonable number of them was, because I think I even remember it going up to like 10 at one point. But for like a random common from a set, and this is something that you can flicker rather than something that you have to recast regularly. So, and flicker, that's something that you can just throw like a card like Conjure's Closet into your deck, and at some point just flicker it every turn. And just like autopilot it. Like, I'm not saying it's a great card. I'm saying it's a reasonable card that I can see homes for. Guess if you want to fetch, you can see if you want to shuffle your deck or not. Yeah, yeah, you can, because you can look at your own deck, you can look at somebody else's deck. Champion Strike, same thing that applies. This again, having to go back to this entire thing about level up. Again, if you are considering playing a level up deck, your best bet would be something like Tiny Leaders. And Champion's Drake gives you a payoff for playing that kind of deck. You know, you. What was it? Time of Heroes isn't a is kind of a payoff for that kind of deck, but this is more of an actual payoff for playing with level up cards in general. And suddenly, and again, it's only 2 mana. You have something in play with 3 counters on it. You know, maybe you spent mana on one, and then you manage to get your venerated teacher out, and now it's at 3. In Champion's Drake, you spend 2 mana, and you've now got a 4/4 flyer. Again, for Commander specifically, probably not. It would require a lot more jumping through hoops to make it playable. You need to play at least 3 colors to make it useful. At least Bant or Esper at least. Ideally 5 colors, but Bant or Esper at least. But if you do that, Champion's Drake is going in your deck. And there's no reasons not to. There's no reason not to. Frostwind Invoker. I have said so much about flying being something that well, for level up, not sure I agree with that statement. I'm looking at level up specifically. I'm not looking at I'm not looking at the I'm not looking at proliferation as of yet. There are ways to get around that as well. I'm not saying I think you're wrong. All I'm saying is I haven't looked that deep into that part of it as of yet. You do need white and blue in that deck to have a healthy number of creatures with a level up mechanic to begin with. Then you need one of the other 3 to at least hit, 17-ish. You're going to want blue in that deck for sure for proliferation shenanigans. White, I don't remember how much proliferate. I know white's got some. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're what were you? Order. I mean, Transcendent Master would be fine. Echo Mage would actually be interesting. Lighthouse Chronologist. Lighthouse Chronologist, people are going to headbutt you for that one. Oh yeah, Echo Mage being able to copy your. By the way, tell me that does not look Tell me that does not look like Teferi. Nurkana Cutthroat, you get that to a decent size. Nobody's gonna want to deal with you. Null Champion, I am least interested in just because it still sits after spending all that time. Yeah, it's got regeneration, but it's still sitting at only 3 toughness. Brimstone Mage, eventually being able to go tap, take 3, tap, take 3. Kargan Dragon Lord. Um, yeah, you need to put 4 mana into it, and that becomes a 4/4 flyer, which is okay. Oh, you want to put green in here. You want to put green in here because then you get doubling season. I think. Cost effect. MTG. Level up. If it's let go off a moment and have a good read of the level. Yeah, the thing is, damn it. My brain's refusing to brain right now. Because I got down to here. If an effect would put counters on. Cost means cost. This is cost. If an effect would put... Yes. Doubling season does work. Doubling season does work with level count with it does. Okay, it does interact with cards like doubling season does allow you to jump ahead. Also, I never liked Kazandu Test Caller because you spend so much mana on it and it still ends up being a 1/1 the entire time. But that's a me problem. Anyway, what I was saying before about creatures with flying, like if you have Frostwind Invoker and you activate it, Oh, so here's the first problem I have. Well, problem. Historically, I thought 5 mana was overcosted for a 3/3 flyer. It kind of is, but 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer with a useful ability nowadays is acceptable. At this point, you're looking at 4 mana, and again, we're talking at common. 4 mana would get you a 3/2 flyer, so this is 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer feels about right, especially when it only requires, as I mentioned before with the Dongler Invoker, only requires a single blue pip. You know, a single blue mana to cast it. If I throw this into my mono blue ramp deck, suddenly being able to, because I can generate a silly amount of mana with that deck, with like pulling extra lands out and stuff like that. Like there's been times where I'm dropping like 3 lands a turn in mono blue. You. To suddenly have an extra 8 mana at random at some point and go, hey, by the way, I've got all these big giant ocean beasts and whatever else. Tap 8, give them all flying, throw them all up in the air, attack. I don't see a reason not to. I have so much mana that can be generated in that deck. It's silly. And it might not look like it at first, but I mean, again, out of all the mana I'm going to be spending, only one needs to be blue and everything else can be colorless. Look at Apprentice Wizard, which doesn't look amazing at first. But here it turns a blue mana into 3 colorless, generating an extra 2 mana for me. If you think about that way, it's close. It's similar to tap, add 2 colorless. This is like a soul. It's a 3 mana 0/1 soul ring, almost. If you look at it from that perspective, I can just generate a bunch of random mana off of creatures. I can fetch a bunch of extra lands. A lot more than it looks like. And then suddenly go, hey, by the way, I'm gonna throw my. What the heck are you? Okay, that's cute. I'm gonna throw my Trench Behemoth and my I'm gonna throw my Trench Behemoth and my who else have I got that's giant? I have somebody else that's giant. Where are you? Oh yeah, my Colossal Whale up in the air. And a few other guys and just go. Oh yeah, my Nadir Kraken. I think it is not unreasonable to throw that in that deck. And even if I'm attacking with like 1/1s and 2/2s at some point, something's going to get through. So yes, it has to be a deck where obviously You know, your Invokers have to be in a deck where you can afford to pay 8 mana to do something. Or even if you're doing cost reductions, maybe 5 mana for an ability. Not going to be easy, but yeah. Okay, so Echo Mage, Kurgan Dragonlord, Brimstone Mage, Lighthouse Chronologist, and Guldra's Assassin are the best payoff to yeah, as creatures that have level up themselves. But there's also other payoffs that don't have level up. Like the Champion Drake, for example. Dormant Gamazoa, 3 mana for 5/5 flesh, a 5/5 flying jellyfish. Enters tapped, doesn't tap normally. Especially level up base deck, Echo Mage is super good because you can copy your proliferate spells. Yeah. It won't let you copy an effect like Karn's Bastion, which I would be putting into a deck along that line anyway. But it would still be really good. But the thing about the level up deck is how many of these guys have flying. And I know it's something I keep going back to. Knight of Cliffhaven only ends up with it once you get high. Oh yeah, Kabira Vindicator. Leveling that up is going to be good too. Kabira, Knight of Cliffhaven, Coralhelm Commander, Skywatch Adept, Kargan Dragonlord. Yeah. 4 that have flying. And then off the top of my head, it's like the Champion Drake. And I cannot think of anything else that specifically should go into that deck specifically that has flying. Not like there's other stuff that you can put in, like Thrumming Bird, for example, that does have flying. But there's stuff, there's the stuff that really needs to go into the deck, and the stuff that's good for the deck. Again, it's overlooked. It's without looking into something that is, without having to dig for something that there's not a deep reason for flying. It's just something that people can, like, I've been playing for 30 odd years. I know what Shadow does. I understand what Shadow does. If I'm sitting down with somebody that's been playing for 5 years, they've been playing for quite a while. They know what flying is. They know how to handle flying. But they may not have encountered Shadow before. They may not have heard of horsemanship. They may have possibly heard of horsemanship. They may not have even heard what fear is, because fear's been kicked to the curb for menace. So even if you've been playing for the last few years, there's a difference between pulling out a card like Volcanic Eruption, which does something unusual, like it does something people understand, just in a color people don't expect it from, versus pulling a card that has a mechanic that hasn't been touched in 25 plus years, that people are like, I could be making up the rules and nobody would know the difference unless I'm dealing with somebody, unless there's somebody else at the tables that's been playing 20, 25, 30 years. Fortunately, I'm the type of person that would turn around and say, okay, look, here's the rules for how it actually works. This is what it does, blah, 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 blah. And if you don't believe me, here's the reference. Anyway. Dormant Gamazoa. The big reason that you would want a card like... So, Dormant Gamazoa is... it's a 3 mana 5/5 flyer that doesn't untap normally. There's always ways around that. If you're in Simic, as an example, the ability to untap it on your opponent's turn is easy. You know, a card like Seedborn Muse, for example. Also, whenever you become the target of a spell. Well, that's easy enough. I only pull this up as an example. Emeritus of Ideation, that part doesn't matter. Ancestral Recall, instant. Target player draws 3 cards. It doesn't matter what you are targeted for. Are you being are you the target? Let's go with something that was considered a reasonable card. Not a great card, but a reasonable card 20 years ago. Inspiration. 4 mana, instant. Target player draws 2 cards. You target yourself. You've now become the target of a spell. You may untap this creature. So Dormant Gamazoa is the kind of card that if you don't want to deal with it this way and trying to find ways to untap it in other manners, and there are cards that you can play, like there's ores that you can play to give it the ability to untap. I want to say Immobilizing Ink? Were you one? Yeah, Immobilizing Ink. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Okay, no big deal. Enchant creature has pay 1 and discard a card. Untap this creature. You combine that with Dormant Gamazoa. You can untap it multiple times if necessary. There's other ways to untap it as well. But if you're not going through that set of hoops, you can just simply find ways to target yourself to untap it. Cryptic Command. Actually, Cryptic Command targets, but it only targets a spell, a permanent. Yeah, it can only target a spell or a permanent, can't target a player. Oh, what was that one? Oh yeah, Esper Charm. Esper Charm targeting myself. It only has one mode where you can target a player. be careful. This got somebody, I can't remember if it was, I want to say it was at a pro tour decades ago. We're looking at Shards of Alara was in was it standard? I think it was modern, but like early days of modern. Um, Within the first few years or so, so more than a decade ago. And the guy went, Esper Charm targeting myself, and the opponent understood how Esper Charm actually worked, and was like, targeting yourself? Yes, Esper Charm targeting myself. You want to target yourself with. Yes. Judge, if you ever have any questions at an event, best thing to do, raise your hand, call a judge. They're there to sort stuff out, make sure stuff makes sense, and help make sure the game runs well. Called the judge over. The judge made sure the player so you said you want to cast Esper Charm targeting yourself. The judge cannot help. Like, the judge basically has to take what the player is saying and make sure that it's being interpreted um cannot give strategic advice. Has to take a look at what the player is actually saying and go, okay, this means you're doing this. When the player was insistent that Esper Charm targeting myself, there's only one mode that targets a player. The player then went to draw 2 cards, and the judge turned around and said, hold that. You're targeting yourself with Esper Charm. There's only a single mode that targets a player. I'm sorry. You have to discard 2 cards now. Wait, what? Yeah. Even pros can make mistakes. Don't expect me to be a perfect player. If pros can make mistakes like that, don't expect me to be a perfect player. But that being said, there are all sorts of ways that you can target yourself. ID equal blue. Format type 1, format EDH. Sort by mana value. So all sorts of ways you can target yourself. Oh, Whispers of the Muse. It said spell. It says spell. Sorcery. Jataxian Probe technically works. Lots of mill options. Piracy Charm. I love Piracy Charm. Doesn't do what you're looking. Doesn't do what we want here, but I don't think the card you. I don't think the card you. Buyback. Nope, it's the only card with buyback that targets is Walk the Eons. I think you're thinking about this one, and it just says draw a card. I think this is, yeah. I wasn't sure if it targeted or not. I couldn't remember for sure. But yeah, there's lots of cards that can. Thought Scour is played in various formats. Brain Geyser is great for that sort of thing. Just simply drawing X cards. Herco's Recall, in some decks you want something like that. Mathemagics, have fun with that one. If you ever get this to 18 mana, so X equal 8, pretty much regardless of format, regardless of deck, you're going to win. If you ever do X equal 8 on this, your opponent is done. There's always a way around. There's always around mathemagic, making it cost that much. Archmage's Term is a card that you're going to want for a deck like that. Blue Sun Zenith, Blue Sun Zenith likely. Clear the Mind you're going to want. Combat Tutorial. I love Combat Tutorial. Compulsive Research. Like, there's lots of options on just ways to be able to target yourself. Yep. I could keep going, but I think I said enough. There's ways to make this work well just by using this ability. Never mind ways to bypass this just by using this ability. Venerated Teacher. I mentioned Venerated Teacher. Mana short yourself, bro. Trust. No. Venerated Teacher. Again, if you're playing a level up deck, my recommendation, you're playing that in Tiny Leaders. Whether you're playing it, number 2, even if whether you're playing Tiny Leaders or not, you should run Venerated Teacher, and you should probably find ways somehow to flicker it. You want to cheat this, and you want to get this guy to dive into play somehow, and you want to flicker it at least once. Phantasmal Abomination. 3 mana for 5/5 illusion with Defender. When it becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. If it's an illusion, it probably has this last line. But what you're now looking at is a 3 mana 5/5 with Defender that you have to sack when it's targeted. So if you're considering playing Phantasmal Abomination in the first place, well, there's 2 things you can do. It's got Defender, so bypassing that, allowing your defenders to attack as though they didn't have defenders is an option. B, it's an illusion. You know what? I will go now make a leveled up deck in Moxfield just because it's a cool mechanic. It is a cool mechanic. It's just it's just really hard to build a good level up deck because everything that you need is like in one set basically. But there's cards that you can use from other sets to help along, but there's not a lot. It's the the bulk of it isn't going to be like right here. Uh, but yeah, Phantasmal Abomination. If you want to bypass the sack trigger, you need to run Lord of the Unreal, which gives all illusions hexproof. However, this is one of those creatures that's full of drawback. Unless, oh boy, oh, Alright, let's try this again. I apologize, everyone. The weather, as of late, has been bouncing between about 5 Celsius and about 18 Celsius as of late. Or in the 40 to almost like 41 to 61 Fahrenheit range. That's a close enough comparison. AKA a giant temperature swath such that it's like, what the hell is the weather? I don't know what the weather's doing. Do you know what the weather's doing? I don't know what the weather's doing. Anyway, as I was saying, this is a cheap creature, a cheap big creature full of downside. So what if you simply removed its abilities? Huh. I mean, the problem with just saying you lose all abilities is that means that if a creature has an ability that changes, that says, hey, by the way, this is how big I am. Um, I believe technically you say that the. I believe you have to. If a I believe you just simply handle the. Let's try this again. If a. Yeah, I know, I'm opening my mouth and not saying much, right? If a card has an ability that says this is how big I am, and it loses that ability, I believe you put in 0. Like you treat it as though it's 0. Who else? Alright. I'm going to double check. I believe that is true, though. Yep, okay. Yeah. It is treated as 0. Okay. But If you can get this to lose all abilities and not its size. Oh, have. Whoops. Have no ability. Nope. Apparently, the only way. Final Showdown. Dress Down. Uh, ba, ba, ba. So the only ways I can see to just say creatures lose all abilities are Dress Down and Final Showdown. Blood Sun, if you can turn creatures into lands somehow, which is not impossible anymore. I can't remember. Was it non-token creatures you control? Is it? I want to say it's a Shia. Yeah, non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their other types. Ah, jeez. Blood Sun plus a Shia ends up in that same Blood Moon situation. 2018. Are you? You are legal. You were in Zendikar Rising. 2018, 2020. But it's you control. You need to donate that to an opponent. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, wow. Okay. Anyway, yeah. If you want this to lose all abilities straight up, there's hoops you have to go through. Otherwise, you are playing. If you're not willing to jump through multiple hoops, it's a 3 mana 5/5 illusion with some drawbacks attached. Including the fact that it's got Defender. Again, there's ways to make it work. It's going to take some work. Lay Bear, honestly, I would not recommend Lay Bear in general. There's enough 4 mana counter spells, even at common, that do something more useful than look at its controller's hand. I mean, if I take a look at Take Me Down to Cantrip City. Devious Cover Up, I would rather play because you exile the spell if it's successfully countered and get to shuffle 4 cards back in. Field Inspection, loots. I believe the current version is now actually simply draws you a card. Contradict was 5. I think that's finally been power crept down to 4 now. etc., etc., etc. There are much better options, even at common, than lay bare. Merfolk Scout, 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer. When it attacks or blocks, untap target permanent. If you are able to, like, if you're playing in, I would assume Jeskai, and you're doing some, like, multi-combat shenanigans or something like that, you're going to want an effect like this. If this was an enters the battlefield ability, when this enters or attacks, do you know how quickly this would have been thrown into Splinter Twin? Splinter Twin would have been broken AF. But attacks or blocks, untap target permanent, it's fine. It does allow you to pretend one of your guys has got vigilance. It does allow you to block and untap a land. And since you're untapping land, and this is Commander we're talking about, it's not unreasonable your land taps for 2. Especially when you're looking at, like, lands that enter tapped. It's not a terrible card. It's fine. Skywatcher Adept. You'd be paying 4 mana to get a 2/2 flyer at common. Again, back in the day, that was fine. Pardon me. But again, cost reducers for leveling. Proliferate shenanigans. Venerated Teacher, etc. can get this guy to jump up to like a 4/2 flyer pretty quickly. And RAR is currently trying to work on that right now. Outside level up debt, I don't think I'd bother. I don't think it's good enough. I would rather play with Hada Spy Patrol. 2 mana for a 1/1 human rogue. Level it up once for 3 spare mana. So yes, you spent 5 mana. You get a 2/2 unblockable. That is regardless of how much you've actually spent on it, like, you probably should have had a 3/3 unblockable by that point. But it can't be blocked. If you do manage to swing it up, and again, playing Commander, having a spare 3 mana once in a while, even on your opponent's turn, even on your own turn, is not unreasonable. It's not out of the realm of possibility. So yeah, at some point getting it up to, oh look, I got to level 3. It's now a 3/3 unblockable with Shroud. The big thing it's going to have going for it beyond that is, its various rogue synergies. And this, because it cannot be blocked, which is better, it's strictly better than flying, and strictly better than shadow, and so forth. Well, I shouldn't say strictly better. It's mostly better than flying, shadow, horsemanship, etc. Because a thing with one of those abilities, something with the same ability can block it. This can't be blocked. But this also cannot block something with the same ability. This is a strictly aggro creature at that point. But you build this, you get it up to level 3, It's got built-in protection because it's got Shroud. Can't be targeted and can't be blocked. If you've got a way, you ideally what you want to do is throw whatever you're going to throw onto it before it hits level 3. You know, whatever equipment or what have you that you're going to toss onto it and go thunk. By the way, now level 3. Cool. I can't muck around with it. You certainly can't muck around with it anymore. By the way, swing for 6. Maybe swing for 6 poison. Who knows? Maybe you've got, I don't know, Nim Deathmantle? No. Oh no, Grafted Exoskeleton on it. And by the way, it's a blue creature, so you're running Sunken City. Or something, you know, whatever. Yeah. Had a Spy Patrol with like a couple things on it, and then leveled up to 3+. Yeah, could end up killing a couple. Could end up killing people in a couple of hits, and people are going to go. You have one guy. I have to Wrath of God, or I die. Helomar Wave Watch. This just might be one of the better creatures in general for level up at common. Yeah, it's going to take a lot to get there, even if you're able to like make the cost 1 instead of 2. If you're able to cut the level up cost in half, you have to level it up 5 times. 5 times. Sorry, I remember wrestling back in the day. There was Booker T, and there was... Oh, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name now. John Cena. Who, like, you know, an open hand, like, meant different... They both used it for different things. Anyway. Yeah, so if you're able to cut it, the level up cost to 1 instead of 2. Because, again, it's an activated ability. So you do that 5 times. So you spent blue plus 6 and got a 6/6 Island Walk out of it. Which is not terrible. Considering that blue plus 6 at common, you're lucky if you get a 6/6 vanilla. Now, yes, nowadays you can do a lot better. You've got your Tolarian Terrors and all of that. But put cards like those aside for a moment, because those are unusual. You know, they're strong enough to see play in other formats. Set those aside as being unusual. If you look at a typical 6 or 7 mana blue, mono blue creature, what are you going to get? And keep in mind, this has also got 2 supported creature types, which isn't nothing. It's not nothing that it's a merfolk and it's a soldier. These are 2 creature types that are supported in various sets. Plus the handful of blue cards that actually can do something about blue creatures. But being a merfolk and being a soldier is kind of a big deal. So, yeah. Again, level up, you want ways to reduce the activation cost somehow. You bring it down to, and if you can find ones that don't say, this can't reduce the activation to less than 1 mana. so can't reduce game paper format type 1 format EDH so this ability costs, there we go, color. Equip abilities, equip of an artifact. Tezzeret, conceivably. Nope. Nope. So equip. There we go. Activate abilities of lands you control. It's not difficult to turn them into lands. That only works on tokens. Nope. Nope. Exhaust abilities to activate. Turning stuff into food is not impossible. Cards in graveyards, cycling. Nope. Okay, it's possible, it's difficult. Hearthstone? What do you actually say? Can't reduce to less than 1 mana. Damn it. Because most of them actually say can't reduce to less than 1. But yeah, it's possible. Domestication. You only play a card like Domestication if you cannot find another option. I will tell you right now, I would rather, in most cases, pay an extra mana for Mind Control over Domestication. There are 4 mana spells that you can play to the yoink a thing. You've got Control Magic, and there's a couple other variants thereof. If you're looking for ones that you can sacrifice later, sure. What was it? Binding Grasp? Yeah, Binding Grasp. This is this is an aura that you steal the creature. It has an extra point of toughness, but it's got an upkeep cost. But depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, you just turn around and go, okay, I will tap, good lord. I will take my Simic Growth Chamber. Because I could not think of any of the names of any of the other ones. Now they're starting to come to mind now that I've pulled this up. Azorius Chancery. Dimir Aqueduct is the one I wanted that I could not remember. Is it Boilerworks? Any land that will tap for blue plus something. Because historically, what people would do was they would take the card with the upkeep cost, take whatever mana they needed, and in this case, you can do it not unreasonably with one land. Tuck it underneath and go, okay, it's now permanently paid for until something happens to this land or until I don't want this anymore. But yeah, you steal somebody's creature and it gets an extra point of toughness for it. And if you don't want it around anymore, you just decide, you know what? I don't want to pay the upkeep anymore. If that's the kind of thing that you're going for, then maybe domestication. But for 4 mana, there are better options than domestication. And I would even play, I would pay, I would play Binding Grasp and deal with a mana upkeep instead. Because the problem with domestication is a card like Giant Growth or Brute Force or what have you can turn around and say, hey, by the way, oh, okay, so, second main phase, Giant Growth your creature. Okay. Cool. And return its power is 4 or greater. Comes back to me now. So, would not recommend domestication. Black cards. Zoff Shade. Are you playing Shades? You're probably putting this in your deck. And again, so a Shade ability is normally pay a black, give +1/+1 till end of turn. This costs more, but the other two mana to give an additional +1/+1 rather than paying a second. So it's normally pay a black, get +1/+1. So to give +2/+2, you're normally looking at pay 2 black. This is pay a black and any other 2 mana. So you can put this in, let's say, a Dimir deck. And then that other 2 mana could be double blue. It could be mana from a Soul Ring. It could be mana from Apprentice Wizard. Whatever. Your second or third or colorless cards can help pump your Zoff Shade. Also, because this is black +2, it's an activated ability. Anything that can reduce activated abilities could end up bringing this down to like Hearthstone, as I pulled up a moment ago. Activate abilities of creatures cost 1 less to activate. Can't reduce it to less than 1 mana. But a Hearthstone in play, plus anything else that reduces activate abilities of creatures. Is it Zerda? Pardon me. Activate abilities you activate that aren't mana abilities. Keep in mind, mana abilities produce mana. They don't cost mana. Cost 2 less to activate. Can't reduce to less than 1 mana. If you're playing this in a deck that also runs Zoff Shade, so you're playing at least Mardu. However, that will turn around and make this go black, +2/+2 till end of turn. Which is kind of a big deal. So, it's reasonable already. And then making it, in a deck that wants shade type stuff, it's already reasonable. This is just, there's just ways to make it better now. Balaged Scorpion. Enters battlefield, destroy target creature power 1 or less. I would consider playing this if I knew I had people with like toughness matter stacks or something of that nature. The problem is you already had Necrotal. What? Which has been. Were you always uncommon? I do not recall. Yes. Its original print was all the way back in Visions. It's always been uncommon. Yeah. You had Necrotal, 4 mana for a 2/1 first strike. When it enters, destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. Can't regenerate. I.e., Dark Banishing was black +2. Sorry, Terror was black +1. So for an extra black +1, and did exactly this. For an extra black +1 and a bump up to uncommon, you got a 2/1 first strike on top of that. We now also have Ravenous Chupacabra and other creatures that have a similar effect. Are you playing Scorpion Tribal, maybe? Wow. Power creep. This was a 1/1. This was a 1/1. And now it's a 2/2. Yeah. Yeah. If you're playing Scorpion Tribal and you're looking for an enters the battlefield ability, yeah. But in general, if you're playing Scorpions, you're probably playing with Death Touch instead. Perish the thought. It only removed one idea from her mind. Defiance. 3 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a card from it. That player shuffles that card into their library. In a 100 card singleton format, that is more dangerous than making them discard the card. And when I say more dangerous, I mean in favor of the person playing Perish the Thought. Because if you make somebody discard a card, it's in the graveyard. They can get it back. They can flash it back. They can disturb it. They can reanimate it. They can bring it back into play somehow, because a lot of the times they want their stuff in the graveyard, or it's just useful being in their graveyard somehow. Maybe it has an ability they want. Cards like Wonder, cards like Brawn, cards like Riftstone Portal that give some of their stuff abilities while it's in the graveyard. Perish the Thought, you're like, you're not getting that back anytime soon unless you've got a way to search for it. Oh yeah. This is a... If you want to play discard as, in Commander, and you're okay with a couple of cards that do not trigger whenever a player discards a card effects, you want a card like this. Again, there's multiple problems with a card like Perish the Thought in terms of Commander. You are looking at a card that is going to 0 in on a specific player. There's 3 opponents at the table. You're 0ing in on a specific player and taking a card from their hand and making them shuffle it back in. The other 2 people have nothing going on, are not involved. Your call. I suggest against it, but I'm not going to tell you how to play your game. Arrogant Bloodlord. Oh man, I am amused by this card. It's a 3 mana 4/4. Whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature power 1 or less, destroy the arrogant bloodlord at the end of combat. I would rather take my own head than be thwarted by a presumptuous wretch with a shield and a dream. If this thing ends up tangling with an Ornithopter, the Ornithopter dies. And then he takes his own head. Now, if you make sure this thing cannot be blocked by small creatures, somehow, that's a different story. Or can't be blocked by, I don't know, can't be blocked by green creatures. Can't be blocked by green or white creatures. Give it protection from green, give it protection from white. It'll attack till the cows come home. Because then all you gotta worry about are goblins. Because the reason I say green and white is green and white tend to make, here's a random sapling, here's a random elf token, here's a random soldier token, here's a random, citizen token, whatever. Stuff happens and you get a random token. It's like Simic players, rummage through the couch cushions and draw an extra card and get an extra land in play. Celestia players rummage the couch cushions and get like 3 extra creature tokens. Well, if you can turn around and make sure it's got protection from green and white in some way, shape, or form, you're probably not going to have to worry about creatures power 1 or less, because they'll just get through past them. And if you're worried about red, if red's got small creatures, they're goblins. But if you're playing goblins, you're playing with enough lords to make sure they're at least 2/2s. And so the arrogant bloodlord doesn't care. Best of both worlds. But yeah, arrogant bloodlord. Honestly, I'd probably still play it in a vampire deck, especially if I'm playing vampire knights. I think the only thing I wouldn't want to do is give it flanking. Induce despair. Poor angel. Induce despair. This is a removal spell that gives -X/-X, where X is the mana value of a creature card that you reveal from your hand. Hey, look at this big beastie I've got. This is Commander. It's not unreasonable to have 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 15 mana creatures in your deck and potentially in your hand at some point. The only reason I would say to play this over an effect like, I was going to say Dark Banishing, over an effect like Murder, is this gives -X/-X. X being based on the mana value of the card that's in your hand. This is Commander we're talking about. This is the format where you have stuff like Worldspine Worm and the various Eldrazi Titans and their various incarnations, and Triplicate Titan, and so on and so forth. And this allows you to deal with stuff that's got indestructible, like cards like Stuffy Doll and Brash Taunter, and other stuff that's hard to get rid of. The only problem I see with Induced Despair, and I'm not saying you shouldn't play Induced Despair, in certain decks, I think it can, in decks that have a healthy number of larger creatures, or unhealthy, depending on your perspective. Reanimator decks are a good example. In a deck like that, sure, Induce Despair to get, a copy of an effect like that to get rid of something that's really big and hard to deal with. Go ahead. But your other option in general, when dealing with a creature that's hard to kill because it can't be destroyed, would be to exile it. This is black we're talking about. Black has got a reasonable amount of exile. Mana value equals 3 type instant. ID equal black. Your best option is Archenemy's Charm out of Edge of Eternities. Which also does give you, a raised dead option and actually a pretty nice +1 counter option with lifelink. Complete disregard, grotesque demise, reaper ambush, pass. What about less than 4? Nope. Because most of them I think are gonna be sorcery. Actually. There we go. Nope. If you want creature removal, you're gonna have to go sorcery. Yeah. Bog Slither's Embrace, Eaten Alive. Yeah, sort by mana value. Eaten Alive, Final Vengeance, Worthy Cost, Bog Slither's Embrace, Epic Downfall you actually might want to be looking into. Flay Essence, which is an upgrade murder as far as I'm concerned. Necrotic Fumes, arguable. Soul Transfer, arguable. Like, there's enough ways to exile creatures in black. At instant speed, you're largely, at 3 mana, you're largely playing Archenemy's Charm. But it's fine. Plus, there's also ways to make them sacrifice creatures. Play an effect like Damnation, Crux of Fate, whatever, something to clean the board. And then all they got left is indestructible creatures. Cool. Now I'm going to make you start sacrificing them. What? I thought I was... Nope. Now you gotta sacrifice them. But yeah, Induced Despair, if you're looking to deal with creatures that are, hard to get rid of in black, you play that. It's not unreasonable to play Induced Despair. Gloomhunter, 3 mana for a 2/1 flying bat. This is about the right size and the right cost historic. Like, this is about the right. Damn it. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. This is about the right cost, etc., for historically what black would get. Now I think you can finally get a 2/2 with some minor upside, but for a very long time, 3 mana you got a 2/1 flyer. You were lucky if you got anything else on top of that, at least at common. Once you hit uncommon, things change a little bit. But at common, yeah. Where would you play this? I would probably only be considering it in a deck like Bat Tribal. But even then, I could probably find better cards. Yeah. Blighted Bat is better. You're better. You're higher rarity. This is often going to be a 3/1, realistically, which is not unreasonable. Kellinor, Bat, Gloomhunter are the same. What's the difference between these two cards? They're the same thing. Malakir Familiar, same thing but with Death Touch. Oh, you're also an uncommon. Sungear Bats can... Sungear Bats is basically these two with flip stats, but the ability to get embiggened. See, now have a 2/2 flyer with an ability on top of it. Yeah, it's not unreasonable, I would say, to build a bat deck and find stuff that's... I mean, Blighted Bat. Blighted Bat doesn't look... it looks like Gloomhunter and Kellinor Bat, but it has an extra activated ability. Originally from Amonkhet, so this is, what, 2017 versus 2010, 7 years later. And it has an activated ability that gives it a little more something it can play with. It doesn't look like much, but it's a bonus option. Yeah, Gloomhunter, I would say that and Kellinor are probably kicked to the curb, though I wouldn't completely rule them out. Last Kiss, 3 mana instant, drain a creature for 2. I would pass. There's enough other ways to gain life off of creatures. This is not going to be enough. It's cute, but I mean, if you're looking for life gain based, life drain off of creatures, you can do better than this. Because for 1 extra mana, you get Tendrils of Corruption, which burninates the creature for the number of swamps you've got, and you gain that much life. Which also means that late in the game, oh look, I burn it for it. It's kind of like how Skred. If you're familiar at all, if you remember Skred at all, how early in the game it's shock, maybe lightning bolt level. Can only hit creatures, but it's shock, lightning bolt level. But later in the game, it can take out dragons because, hey, look, I've got, 8, I've got 5 snow-covered lands. And, 2 snow-covered, 2 snow creatures and a snow artifact. And so, cool. take out this giant, F off dragon. Okay, 1 mana, it's dead. Again, there's not a lot of burn cards in red that I would generally recommend in most decks. This, if you build a deck appropriately, has got a way to actually get pretty strong. Last Kiss. Nah. You're gonna burninate a creature for 3. for 2. And gain 2. And be like, eh? It's not worth it. Blood-Right Invoker. It's a black Invoker. 3 mana for a 3/1 Vampire Shaman. Okay, it's got the vampire thing going on, so that's a support creature type. Shaman, not so much. Pay 8, target player loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. I will point out that the 3 life you gain is not conditional on your opponent losing life. What? If they have an effect like Platinum Empyrean that says your life total can't change, or something something similar. Actually, what was it? Phyrexian Unlife. You don't lose the game for having 0 life, for 0 or having 0 or less life. As long as you have 0 or less life, all damage is dealt to you as though its source had an effect. Damage is dealt as poison counters. Usually, you then combine that with something like Solemnity, because damage being dealt as poison is dealt to you as poison counters. Solemnity stops you from gaining counters, so therefore the poison just doesn't happen. However, the funny interaction is this is talking about damage. The Invoker does life loss. So this line never comes into effect. You're just concerning yourself with this. You can burninate somebody till the cows come home, make them lose 3 life, which is never going to be relevant, but you're going to gain 3 life. What? By the same token, if there's an effect that's saying players can't gain life, I'm still burning you for 3 points of damage. Also, again, it's a vampire. It's a 3/1, which nowadays we would assume to be 2 mana. But at this point, 3 mana in black was more realistic. But a great mana sink, and black, if you're willing to spend the money, or happen to have the cards floating around. Cabal Coffers, Cabal Stronghold. I cannot remember the name of the one that looks at your graveyard, but there's one where it's based on the number of black creatures in your graveyard. Magus of the Coffers, Nirkana Revenant. I think there's another creature that's got an ability similar to Nirkana Revenant. Whenever you tap Swamp for mana. Cryptcast. That was the other one. Nirkana Revenant. Under $10. Ooh, what's the... Mom, I told you to shut the blinds. That's adorable. Cryptghast. Wow. The rare being like 3 times as much as the mythic. But yeah, this is a sort of card that it's like black has got relatively easy ways to get excess mana. And this isn't even counting stuff along lines of, your dark ritual effects, which in a normal commander game I wouldn't bother with. If you're doing like CEDH or other combo heavy, other formats where combo shenanigans are likely to be a thing, go ahead. But bracket 1, bracket 2, low 1, bracket 3s, you have better stuff to work with. I would rather see you play, your Mind Stones, your Charcoal Diamonds, stuff of that nature that can generate that extra mana every turn, rather than a temporary one-shot injection of an extra 1 or 2 mana. Culling the Weak might make an exception for, because that is a big influx of mana, especially when you're sacrificing something that says when it dies you get mana. As an example, Custodian. This guy. 3 mana artifact. When you sack it, yeah, you get 3 mana. Well, you cast it on turn, let's say turn 3. On turn 4, you sacrifice it to Culling that Weak, and that 1 mana that you spent this turn is netting you 7. 3 from Custodian dying, and 4 black from Culling the Weak. And that's kind of a huge deal. Something like that, I might be okay, but you'd have to have something like Custodian in play to make it worthwhile. But yeah, Bloodright Invoker. This can just net you so much mana in a mono black deck, and it's not even close, because black has got, like I said, black has got so much constant, consistent mana. And then, heaven forbid, you find a way to untap your land. Oh, did I mention? Oh, yeah, wow. And then there's the stuff that doesn't care about you playing black specifically. Nyx, Nixos Shrine to Nyx, and Nyx Lotus, and potentially, is it 3 Tree City? That's the newest version of that? Choose a creature type. Yeah. So, obviously, a deck like this, you're likely to name something like vampires, and then generate a giant, butt ton of mana based on that. Yeah, so Bloodright Invoker, black specifically, it is not unreasonable to be able to activate this once or twice a turn cycle. Late in the game and just go, by the way, I'm the problem now. By the way, I'm also gaining life in the process. Yeah, this is a dangerous one. Man, it's after 11 already. Escape Null. This is a 4 mana 1/2 lifelink. If it tangles with something else, it's a 6/2 till end of turn. okay, people are probably just going to let this through and let it deal its 1 damage every turn. Or chump block with some, like, random 1/1 token that's got a +1/+1 bonus from, I don't know, it's a goblin token, and there's a trash master sitting out or something like that. And it's like, okay, you're a 2/2 thunk. Unless you are, like, I mean, it's a zombie berserker. The fact that it's a zombie is going to help, but honestly, no. I I think I would have to go through extra hoops to make it. Like, in my opinion, I'd want to go, like, to make the if I'm seeing this card and I'm like, I have to play around it, I'm like, okay, here's some extra hoops I'm gonna go through to make it worth playing. But honestly, the lifelink, I could just run Whip of Erebos. Ignore the activate ability. Play Whip of Erebos. All my creatures have lifelink. And then the rest of it just build as a zombie deck and go from there. Or I could play Mono Black Berserkers. I'm sure there's a way to do that. Run a card like Whip of Erebos and maybe a couple of similar cards and go from there. Demonic Appetite. If you're looking for a giant growth effect and you're in black, this is not unreasonable. Especially since Mono Black has got ways to get creatures back. For example, cards like Reassembling Skeleton or Bloodghast that have ways to get themselves back out of the graveyard. Never mind the silly shenanigans. I mentioned this card before. When, what's his name? Was it Zero? I think it was Zero. Yeah, it was Zero. Was asking about help with a deck, and cards like Mere Battlesphere came up. Well, what happens if you sacrifice, Mere Battlesphere's in play? You put Demonic Appetite on some reasonable creature. Let's say you take a 4. Let's say you take a 4/4, and now it's a 7/7. And it's got some other stuff going on because this is Commander. It's never just a 4/4. It's got flying. It's got first strike. It's got lifelink. It's got, tomato soup. Whatever. Beginning of your upkeep, sack a creature. Okay. You sacrifice your Mere Battlesphere. Later in that turn, you're playing black. You reanimate it somehow. Well, then you sack it again the following upkeep. And the following upkeep. And the following upkeep. Because you keep bringing it back every turn, somehow. How? I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. How is not relevant. You're playing black. You have ways to bring creatures back every single turn. Even if you have to sacrifice 2 creatures because Mere Battlesphere when it enters, it makes 4 Mere tokens. So you're spending 1 card and getting 5 bodies. Even if you have to sacrifice 3, you're still netting yourself 2. Yeah. Never mind the other stuff that you can sacrifice that's easy to get back, stuff that wants to be sacrificed, stuff that um, you know, when I sacrifice, I make extra bodies. Well, now you've got extra bodies to sacrifice. You can, like, you throw this in something vaguely based around aristocrats, and you can keep this going forever. And you put on a creature that's, I don't know, Black Knight, 2/2, protection from white, first strike. Thunk. Have fun with that one. Zulaport Cutthroat. 4 mana to level it up, which, again, is a lot. But 1 black for a 1/1. 5 mana, you get a 3/3. Again, this is one where you really want your cost reducers. You want Zerda or something of that nature. If you get Zerda, then this is now 2 to activate, and no 3 mana, you get a 3/3. 5, 7. At 7 mana, you end up with a 5/5 that can't be blocked except by black. This is not the same as Fear, because Fear says by black or artifact creatures. Artifact creatures can't even block the Enforcer. What? The creatures have to be black in order to be able to block it. What? So, if you're going to play a level up deck, get some cost reducers in there somehow for activated abilities. When this was in standard, having a bunch of extra mana floating around was not unreasonable. To get this reasonable beyond standard, beyond limited or standard, you really, really need to make sure you've got extra mana being generated, or ideally, a cost reduction happening on activated abilities. Because, sure, it's not completely unreasonable to have 4 mana on a given turn that you're like, well, I'm not using this, I might as well pump this guy up. Because unfortunately, it's only as a sorcery, i.e., on your turn, after you draw, outside combat, not in response to something. That's 98% of what, of how to encompass only as a sorcery. There's some other minor nuances, but for the most part, that's what you have to worry about when you see only as a sorcery. You really, really need to get that cost reduction. If you can get it down to 1, this thing becomes phenomenal. Because this then goes, your level up, you're spending 1 to level it up to 2. Or level it up. Go from 0 to 1. There we go. So you spent 2 mana, and you made it a 3/3. You then spend 2 more mana. So now you've spent 4, and you've made it a 5/5. That's hard to block unless somebody is playing black. A black token will do it. You're generating you're generating black tokens like throw tokens out of Breeding Pit. It can block the Enforcer all day long, no big deal. Somebody playing white, somebody playing mono white, anything that doesn't involve black. You're playing Simic, I'm playing a Simic value pile. I'm playing, I'm playing Jeskai turns and whatever. Colorless control. Whatever. Yeah, it's gonna just get 3 for damage every turn. You get this down to 1, it is insane. You get this down to 2, it's reasonable. Because 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, you get this down to 2, and you get a 5/5 that can't be blocked except by black. And it's fine. It's reasonable. And it's a human warrior, so human has got some stuff going on. Warrior's gonna have, I think, a bit more. So it's got. I'll equate this to having one support creature type. I'd probably say half and half. No champion. Again, my big problem with this guy is like both its power and toughness grow. But when you hit level 4 plus, it's still only got 3 toughness. This is kind of like the this set's version of like Laquata's Champion. Laquata's Champion. Which was a 6 mana 6/3 that regenerated. Which means you want to cast it when you've got 7 mana. But it's from Torment, which had Cabal Coffers, and Cabal Coffers was uncommon and not hugely priced. When it entered, you drained a player for 6. Well, it leaves the battlefield, they get the 6 life back. But I mean, there's also ways around, around dealing with that. You sack it with its enter ability on the stack. Let the leave play ability resolve. Well, I don't think they could gain the 6th life. As the second ability resolves, the player who gained. Oh, okay. No, they can get the 6th life back. Okay. So to make that work properly, you'd have to turn around and have another effect that says players can't gain life. Something of that nature. Anyway. But was the 6/3 regenerator. This one you need to spend 5 mana, you get a 4/2, which I go, eh. And then spend another 3, 6, 9 mana. Yeah, you're spending 12 mana in leveling. You spend 14 mana and get the equivalent of a 5/5 regenerator. No thank you. If you can get level up down to 1, then you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and get the equivalent of a 5/5 regenerator, which is fine. Because again, when I say the equivalent of, what I end up doing is I take a look at the power and toughness, and I average them. So a 4/2 averages to a 3/3. A 7/3 averages to a 5/5. Because 7 plus 3 is 10. Cut that in half, give half to power and half to toughness. Well, 10 divided by 2 is 5, so 5/5. Why do I have this? Oh. Doop. Oh, this thing. Yeah, that's not a thing I care about. Wow. 3 degrees out. For my American friends, that's 37. In the meantime, it was 18, i.e. the early 60s, like 62-ish Fahrenheit. Yesterday? May is weird. Well, it's supposed... but yeah, so no champion, you really need cost reducers to make that. Like, that's the problem with the black common ones specifically. You go higher rarity, it's not generally as bad, but yeah. Um, red cards. Lagic Lizard. This is literally a hill giant by another name, and the hill giant, pardon me, is not that good anymore. Tracing their ancestry back to Zendikar's earliest forms of life, Lagic lizards have seen the comings and goings of Planeswalkers and the Eldrazi, and the rise of the vampire clans, none of which has changed them one bit. If you're playing this, you're playing vanilla creatures, or you're playing lizards, and if you're playing as vanillas, I believe you can now get a 3-4 or 4-3 vanilla for this cost. And if you're not doing it as a vanilla, and you're not doing lizards, you should, at 4 mana, get a 4-4 or thereabouts. Maybe a bit higher with some kind of abilities thrown on. Maybe a drawback, but not, not anything. Is it Craven Hulk I'm thinking of? Yeah, Craven Hulk is a good example of the sort of thing I'm thinking of. 4 mana, you get a 4-4. Can't block alone. It can block, you just need another creature there to block with. Like a lizard, forget about. Lizards, maybe. Ogre Sentry. 2 mana for a 3-3 defender. You have to appreciate the genius of it. Why bother building defenses when you can just fill the paths with angry ogres? They're not wrong. Again, if you can bypass the fact that it's got defender, and that's not impossible. As though they didn't have defender. Okay. I do not see a card with red that allows you to bypass defender. However, Wakestone Gargoyle might be the easiest way to do it. And because the thing about Wakestone Gargoyle is this assumes your creature is already a reasonable size, and Wakestone Gargoyle is a reasonable size as is. It's a 4 mana 3-4 flyer. And you can pay 2 mana to allow all your creatures with defender to attack. Whereas something like Fellothar the Steadfast, you're assuming your creatures have got high toughness. And and almost nothing in terms of power. Whereas something like Ogre Sentry, you don't have to worry about that. So I kind of want to I kind of want to conceive a Boros Defender deck. But because it's Boros, cards like Wakestone Gargoyle making more of an appearance. Hey, casual players, just because a card isn't good doesn't mean there's not ways to make it work. Grotag Siege Runner, 2 mana for a 2/1 Goblin Rogue. Pay red and sack it. Destroy target creature with defender. Deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. It's cute. See if you can find ones that say destroy target wall instead. What? Destroy target wall. Blaster Mage is a good example. Dwarven Demolition Team, if you can grab a copy of that. That thing's going to end up being insane. Goblin Digging Team. If you're looking for something that you can sack, that works. Or Goblin Masons just says when it dies, destroy target wall. And the reason I say look for ones that say destroy target wall, first of all, walls have defender. Second of all, yeah, there's creatures that have defender that aren't walls. But anything that has all creature types is also a wall. You see where that rabbit hole's going. Ends up being more useful. Grotag, if you're looking to build that kind of deck, like throwing one copy in a deck at some point, maybe. But yeah, Akoum Boulderfoot, no. 6 mana, you get a 4/5 Giant Warrior. When it enters, 1 damage to any target. No. No, dude, just no. If you're even considering this. Yeah, Akoum Warrior. I would like I'm not fond of Akoum Warrior. I'm not fond of Akoum Warrior, but it's, you know, I don't mind it. 6 mana for 4/5 trample on one side. On the other side, it's basically an enter the battlefield tapped non-basic mountain. Compared that to this, nah, dude. Give me the warrior any day of the week. Well, give me the Akoum Warrior, I should say, not the Boulderfoot. 1 damage to any target is not enough to make things, unless you've got ways in your deck to specifically push that to 2 damage, 4 damage, whatever. But even then, why are you bothering with something that only deals 1 to start off with? Soul Surge Elemental. Look, if you take my mono white commons deck, remove the restriction of being just commons, and put it into red, no problems at all if you want to play Soul Surge Elemental. I think that would fit it nicely. It's only got 1 toughness. But that first strike makes up for so much lost toughness. If you have 6 creatures in play, this is a 6 power first strike creature, which means that you're going to need to put together 7 toughness in front of it to kill it. Or to try to kill it, because it depends. Like, I mean, yes, you only need 1 point of power at that point. But you need to get more toughness together than it has power in order to kill it. Assuming we don't use burn spells, etc. But yeah, uh, this thing can end up being huge. Yeah, you want to play a deck based on having a bunch. You want to play a red deck based around having a giant number of creatures in play. Throw this in. You're playing goblins, for example. Feel free to throw a random soul search elemental and see how many people have their brains explode. Velocut Firebore. When attack switches parent toughness till end of turn. It's a 1/7 that will attack as a 7/1. Uh, if you're playing this, I really recommend putting it into an elemental deck of some sort and finding way to pump its size. The red Paragon, maybe. Paragon ID equal red. Set M15. Yeah, Paragon of Fierce Defiance. Dropping that and turning this into a 2/8, which swaps into an 8/2, is going to make a lot of difference. Going for, because the 7/1, it dies to a sneeze. With something to give it +1/+1, okay, it's no longer a sneeze. Now it may be a sneeze from me, because if you've ever heard me sneeze, ... Explosive Revelation. This, if you're playing with a card like Explosive Revelation, ideally, you either want a lot of high mana stuff. You're playing Commander, you should probably have a lot of high mana stuff. Or you've got a way to manipulate the top of your deck. Even though I don't generally like them, a card like Brainstorm would suffice here. Just because I find that Brainstorm and similar effects in a format like Commander, you spend a lot of time not really doing anything with a bunch of those cards. When for like a mana more, for like 1 or 2 mana more, you can get much further ahead. For example, you could play a card like Ponder or Preordain or something like that. Or you could play a card like Chart of Course that'll actually dig you, draw you 2 cards and potentially let you keep them both. This is one of those kind of setups where I think Brainstorm and similar cards would be fine, although I would prefer a card with an ETB of Brainstorm. I wonder. Oh my god. You work. Okay. I think this is the one I was thinking of. Riverwise Augur. 4 mana for a 2/2 Merfolk Wizard. When it enters, draw 3, put 2 cards back on top. So you play this one turn, setting up for Explosive Revelation the next turn. So, draw 3 cards, the highest mana value you can between the cards in your hand and the 2 cards you're going to put, the cards that were already in your hand and the 3 that you drew. The highest mana possible here, and then like a land on top. On your next turn, you're going to draw the land, cast the Explosive Revelation, flip over that. Or you just play Chaos and not care. 5 mana sorcery, choose any target. Pikachu, I choose you. Throw cards from on top of your deck to reveal a non-land card. This deals damage equal to that card's mana value to that permanent or player. Because, and again, because it's any target, that also includes Planeswalkers, that also includes battles. Deals that much damage, put the non-land card into your hand. So now you actually get to draw that card again. And the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, playing an effect like, Riverwise Augur, Survivor of the Unseen, maybe. I would activate Survivor of the Unseen on the upkeep before I drew for turn. No. I don't know. Anyway, Cavalier Gales, similar thing. Because, again, 5 fire flyer, when it enters, brainstorm. But yeah. So you can set things up if you draw 3 cards and you're like, I've got a healthy sized card in here. Thunk. But again, in general, I don't recommend red for burn. Red has got better ways to get around that stuff. Fissure Vent. Unarguable improvement over Fissure. 5 mana instant, 2 red plus 3. Destroy target creature or land. It can't be regenerated. Fissure Vent turns it into a sorcery. You can't hit a creature anymore, but you can hit an artifact and or a non-basic land. Actually, no. I would still play Fissure over this. I would still play Lava Flow over this. Lava Flow's the better. Lava Flow's the better version. Like in terms of comparisons. Except this does allow you to hit 2 things. But if you're paying 5 mana, you should always be hitting 2 things. Like somebody's Soul Ring and somebody's, I don't know, Cabal Coffers or whatever. You're going to have targets for this. You're playing Commander. You're going to have targets for this. If you are looking at this card, assume you're going to have targets for both. You can be nice and go, fine, for an artifact, I'll choose your treasure token. Assume you have to be not nice for the non-basic land. But if you're doing that, honestly, Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fissure, they're better options. This is one of those things I'd play it if I had to, but I think I can find ways not to have to. I would play out. That being said, I would be playing it as though it's going to be a 2-for-1. Lust for War. Whenever an enchanted creature becomes tapped, this deals 3 damage to that creature's controller, and then attacks each turn of combat of Fable. So, you can force this to, you can force the creature to attack each turn. If you put this on a creature with lifelink, however, oh no, this aura deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Whenever enchanted creature becomes tapped, This deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Can you combo with that? Stuffy doll? Stuffy doll? Guilty conscience? I think it's guilty conscience. Whenever it becomes tapped. No, that doesn't. No. Boros. I cannot remember the name of you. You're the 3 mana, 3/3 Minotaur. Type Minotaur. ID equal Boros. Power equals 3. Toughness equals 3. Mana value equals 3. Boros Reckoner. Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to any target. I cannot. I'm sure there's a way to combo with it. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing an absolute blank, and I'm sure there's a way to combo with it. Magma. Magma, you know where you want this? You want this to be like, you want this to be like an additional, what's the card called? Goblin Bombardment. Where it's like, you want a finisher for your deck, you know, after you spit out a bunch of tokens with, wow. It must be getting late because I'm drawing a blank on names. Where are you? Where's Teamer Twin? Making tokens. Krenko. You know, you generate a metric boatload of tons. You generate a metric boatload of tons with Krenko or some similar effect. And then you go, hey, by the way, I'm going to, I'm going to sacrifice a third of my tokens to Ashnod's Altar to generate two mana each. That gives me enough mana to sacrifice the rest of these tokens and throw them at you guys. No big deal. You want to finish her along the lines of along the lines of Goblin Bombardment. Here, you have another option. This also allows you to throw, your clue tokens or whatever to burninate people. Brimstone Mage. Brimstone Mage is kind of hilarious when you can get it, if you can manage to get it down to level 3. Because getting it to level 1, you're spending 3 mana to get a 2/2, and then 4 more mana to get to give it an extra point of toughness and the ability to ping anything. So you're spending 7 mana to turn it into a 2/3 that pings. But again, if you can reduce this cost down to just the red, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you can bring it down to just the red, you're looking at 6 mana to bring it to a 2/4 that can tap, or which averages to a 3/3 that can tap for 3. Compare Kamal Pit Fighter. 6 mana for, we'll call him a 3/4 with haste. Let's knock off the legendary status. We'll bring him down to a 3/3. 6 mana for 3/3, tap for 3. 6 mana for 3 for what averages to a 3/3, taps for 3. If you can bring this down to just the red, you have somebody that's approximately equivalent to Kamal Fistakrosa, or Kamal Pit Fighter. I think that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. But at that point, being able to go tap, deal 3, tap, deal 3, tap, deal 3. Heaven forbid you've got any way to untap them whatsoever. Rapid Flames. How badly do you need Falter? Creatures without flying can't block this turn. Color. Offer the guilds, maybe. Demoralize if you've got Threshold. Ruthless Invasion, potentially. Yeah. Or the Chaos side of Order versus Chaos. Or Aragorn, King of Gondor. P.S. Flicker it at the end of combat. Wait, what? Yeah, flicker him at the end of combat. Make you the monarch again. Yeah, Rapid Flames. I think I might play that if I'm playing like Firesong and Sunspeaker, but realistically, nah. Silt Lurker. Now that we're on to green. You are averaging a 5 mana 4/4. Meh. You should be able to get like a 5/6 or thereabouts by now. Even at common. Speaking of which, Stomper Cub. 5 mana for 5/3 trample. Again, averages to a 4/4, but has trample. You are paying half a mana more. The same stats, but flipped over, and it has trample. Yeah, play the Stomper Cub in a heartbeat over the Nema Silt Lurker. You should be able to get better than the Stomper Cub, but it's still okay. If you're building out of what you have handy, and you've got Stomper Cub and the Nema Silt Lurker, play the Stomper Cub. Living Destiny. Additional cost to reveal a creature card from your hand. Gain its mana value in life. Honestly, I've said before and I'll say it again. For less mana than this, you can gain 6 or 7 life like that. 6 in mono green, 7 in green white. If you're paying this much, if you're paying 4 mana, you need to be gaining a lot of life to make it worthwhile. Gaining 6 life at this point should be like, meh, okay, sure. No, you should be doing better than that. Leaf Arrow. Again, a card that felt like it already existed, and it didn't exist till Rise of the Eldrazi. I apologize, people. One of these days, this cough will die. Probably be when I do. But until then, magic. Leaf Arrow. I wouldn't bother playing it unless you specifically need to deal damage. Some serious damage. But if you're not doing that, there are plenty of cards at 2 mana that can kill a flyer or blow up a thing. Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, there's the less than. Nope. Airship crash. Fine. Oh, Atraxa's Fall. That's the one I'm thinking of. It's a sorcery, but can kill an artifact, enchantment, creature with flying, or somebody's actually playing them, it can kill a battle. Anything along this line at all? Yeah, anything along this line at all, play it over Leaf Arrow. It might cost you an extra mana or two, but creatures, first of all, creatures outgrow 3 toughness fairly quickly, especially creatures that people play that have got flying. Second of all, they give you additional options, and additional options is never bad. So far, out of this row, I would play the Stomper Cub. Chatty Life Strider averages to a 5/5 for 5 mana. When it enters, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. Gain 2 life for each creature tapped this way. A card like this, if you're planning on actually playing it for gaining life, you want it in some kind of token strategy. Elves, maybe if you can generate a lot of elf tokens, which is not that hard. Saplings also comes to mind. Something of that nature. Also, there are creatures that say, hey, when I become tapped, do a thing. My favorite example being Scared Tiller, etc., etc. Your other option, and you could do it and only gain like a couple points of life, and tap 1 or 2 creatures, and that's fine. Your other option is throw this in a green, in a deck that runs green, probably Bant. That cares about having high toughness, because it has a high toughness. It's a 5 mana creature with 8 toughness. Well, if this is a toughness matters deck, this is going to be attacking for, attacking for 8 on a regular basis. Can you do better? Sure, but this has also got some other stuff going on as well. plus the fact that it does actually have a power in and of itself. So even if you do not have a card along the lines of high alert or of something of that nature to help it deal extra power, it'll still deal something. Bramble Snap. uh, what were you called? I cannot remember what you're called. There was a card that was like a 5 mana 4/4 from like OG. I want to say the OG Mirrodin block. That was also green that had a similar ability. Ocon. Sort by Cooler. Lodestone Mirror, maybe. Llanowar Behemoth, that's the one I was thinking of. Oh, you were from Weatherlight. Yeah, 5 mana for 4/4 with a similar ability to Bramble Snap. Rootkin Ally. Oh, Rootkin Ally might have been the one I was thinking of. It was 6 mana but had Convoke. So potentially this could be a free creature. And the token aesthetic is, Bramble Snap is strictly better apart from creature types. Oh no, it's not strictly better. It's smaller, but it's got trample. It is a 1/1 with trample, and so it's not unreasonable. This can come out before the aesthetic does. It can come out before the token aesthetic, and therefore you could end up with the extra creature to compensate for that. But again, there's enough creatures, especially since Edge of Eternities came out, like Kona, that want to be tapped at some point, or um, or have payoffs for having tapped creatures or something of that effect. You could build around stuff like Brambles Nut. Beast Color of Belaged. I am less unhappy with this than a lot. 2 mana to cast, you get a 2/2. That's fine. For 3 more mana, so a total of 5, you get a 4/4. Okay. It's not amazing, but 5 mana for 4/4 is workable. But then you have to do this level 2, level 3, level 4. You have to pay 9 more mana into it. So you've paid 5 plus 9 is 14, and you get a 6/6 trample. However, if you can reduce this down to a single green to activate, oh, dude. At 2 mana, you get a 2/2. At 3 mana, you get a 4/4. 3 mana, you get a 4/4. 4 mana, 4/4. 5 mana, 4/4. 6 mana, 6/6 trample. Because the thing is, you've paid 5 green plus 1 and got a 6/6 trample. Or you could pay 5 green. and got uh, Rushwood Elemental, which is a 4/4 trample that gets a +1 counter every turn. Promo Crux, which is a trampling creature with power and toughness. Okay, that's at 5 mana. Gigantosaurus is at 5 mana, which is a 10/10. At 6 mana, you got Promo Crux, which has got power and toughness equal to the number of green, basically equal to your devotion to green. And it's trample. And Colony Hydra is an 8/8 trample that costs green less for each green creature you control, which means if you spit out a bunch of green creatures early somehow, you could drop this to being like a 3 mana 8/8. Equal the number of green mana symbols in the mag. Yeah, so this has got devotion, except it doesn't say devotion. So, yeah. So, Beast of Balagad, if you are going to play Beast of Balagad, you really need a way to cheat its leveling to make it worth playing, because even just playing just the green, it's not going to be worth having a 6/6 trample. Brood Warden. Guess where Brood Warden fits nicely. So, Eldrazi spawn means it has to have type Eldrazi and type spawn. Apart from creatures that are actually Eldrazi spawn, for example, the ones that are generated from, the 0/1 tokens that you sack to make colorless mana. Apart from those, guess what the next easiest way to have Eldrazi spawn token is? That's right, changelings. Anything that has changeling is an Eldrazi and is a spawn. Scroll down. Nope. Gatherer? Do you or do you not? No. Damn it. One of these days I will. But yeah. Does it have the type Eldrazi? Does it have the type spawn? Then, yeah. Then it qualifies. And, yeah. That's probably the #1 place people are going to be playing Brood Warden is quote-unquote tribal. Moldiah Channelers. 3 mana for a 2/2. Play with the top card revealed. As long as it's a creature card. This is a 5/5. And if it's a land card, the Channelers tap for 2 mana of any color. Wow. You're an Elf Druid Shaman. Hello, Elf Druid Shaman. Moldiah Channelers. Druid Ramp. Or elves. Praise Vengeance. This is almost regrowth. This is almost giant growth. But it's got the set mechanic. Wait, what? Yeah. So, 1 green. Target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. But it has rebound. So, the last part of the resolution of a spell, if it's an instant or sorcery, is to put the card in your graveyard. So, assuming the card does its thing, you cast Giant Growth, it pumps the creature, and then the card goes to your graveyard. This has rebound. This is saying, don't put it in your graveyard. exile it instead, and then on your next upkeep, you can recast this from exile without paying its mana cost. When you cast it from there, if it resolves, well, when you cast it from there, it will then end up going to your graveyard. So it gets, it doesn't get its entire thing all at once. It gets some of it now and some of it later, and some cards that have got rebound are really freaking good. I think if you were to play some kind of Infect deck in Commander, and you're looking for giant growth effects, this is probably one you should consider, because the problem with a deck like Infect is taking one person out is one thing, but then you have to take out two others. This allows you to hit one person and potentially take them out now. And then on the next turn, spend 0 mana, pump one of your Infect creatures, and start attacking somebody else. Again, I don't generally recommend giant growth effects in Commander. This is one of those situations where I could see Praise Vengeance actually being useful. Gigantomancer. 8 mana for 1/1. What? This is hilarious. 8 mana for 1/1. Pay 1, target creature control has base power and toughness 7/7 till end of turn. So, the first thing that you do, or the first thing that you've got, is the ability to turn it, I can pay 1 and make it into a 7/7 till end of turn. Okay. So I spent 9 mana on a 7/7. But you can pay another mana and make this other thing also a 7/7. Your Elf Warrior token. Charlie Muya. I'm not going to be able to stay on much longer. I've got maybe 15 minutes and I need to finish somewhere in the 15 to 20 minute range. I got to finish up going through green and then do a little bit more, and I'm going to be logging off. But I normally stream. I try to stream on Tuesdays. This week was a bit of an exception. If you check my Discord, you can try popping into my Discord. My Discord's basically open to the public, and ask me in there, or try and get me next week. With luck, I'll be able to actually pop in on Tuesday. I'm hoping I can pop in on Tuesday like I'm supposed to. And then go from there. But is this I need to build a deck and I don't know how to start? Or is this I have a deck idea and I need to just straighten up a few things? Okay. So, without asking about the deck itself, boop. If you click on that link, that will send you that's the shortcut to this page, which is a list of all the decks that I've currently got that I am building or have built. If you go down here to the bottom where all the tabs are, you'll see one that's marked blank, which will open up this. This is what I constantly use when I'm trying to figure out how to build a specific deck. Like I'll put up here, yeah. I'll put up here, who the commander is and what the idea of it is. So, uh, Shroom Sphinx bidding, etc., etc. Oh, I wonder if I've talked to you before. Let's see here. Um, All right. So I'm going to copy a deck into here, so you've got an idea of the sort of thing that I'm looking at. This is an example of the sort of thing I end up running. Because Commander is generally 99 cards plus your general. Right? So 99 cards, the first thing I do is, 99 cards is 9 times 11. Well, if I break that down into 5 times 11 and 4 times 11, that gives me 44 slots, which I figure is a good spot for usually 4 mana. Somewhere around 38 lands, and then about 6 slots for other acceleration. And then 55 other cards, of which I generally assume, whatever my theme is, somewhere around 20 to 25 cards to meet that theme specifically. And then some amount of some amount of spot removal, some amount of mass removal, etc., etc., etc. But that's my general conceptual starting point. And this is where I start off with a spreadsheet, and then I can narrow down, okay, what do I need to do? What do I have? What do I need? How do I fill in slot X, slot Y, slot Z? Here's actually another example. Trying to build a mono green burn deck. Whoops. Trying to build a mono green burn deck. Trying to make sure I cover everything I need. I still have to fill in some mana slots, but beyond that, I'm not gonna say you should do things this way, but I often find when I'm trying to come up with a deck idea, having some kind of layout to start with often makes things easier. Now, if you're trying to do things so that all the decks are similar, then having some sort of initial structure in place like that might help. Does that help you at all? I mean, again, okay, yeah. Then hit me up in my Discord, and there should be a link in my there should be a link in the disc there should be a link on Twitch to how to get to my Discord, and just drop what information you need from there, and I'll see what help I can give. I can't promise anything, but maybe if not me, somebody else might also have some ideas as well. Also, if you're familiar with using Scryfall, don't be afraid to look for some weird stuff that's like, I wonder if color X has got concept Y, because there are certain cards that I just did not remember existing until I started going through. Hey, by the way, I'm going to try and build a mono red commons only deck. By the way, I also don't want to use burn to get rid of my creatures. Can I even do that? And I come across stuff like this. All that being said, Giganomancer, if you're playing something that's got a way to generate a reasonable amount of mana, as in a bit more than you would expect otherwise, Giganomancer can get really silly. Notice it does not. It only affects the stats of the creature, none of the abilities. It doesn't say your creature loses all abilities, but it's now a 7/7 or anything like that. So if you've got something like, I don't know, Vampire Nighthawk, which has got Flying, Death Touch, and Lifelink, and it's a 3 mana 2/3, and you Giganomancer it, it's now a Flying, Death Touch, Lifelinking 7/7. It basically goes from being a mosquito to being like a 747. Or maybe a 777. The other thing to keep in mind about Giganomancer is it's a 1/1. And you're like, okay, why? Wild Pair. Whenever a creature enters, if you cast it from your hand, you may search your library for a creature card with the same total power and toughness, put onto the battlefield, then shuffle. If you have Wild Pair out and you drop Ornithopter, which is a 0/2 flyer for 0 mana. Mana value greater than, let's say mana value greater than 6. Here are the cards that you can pull up that have a total power and toughness of 2, because Ornithopter is a 0/2, so 0 plus 2 is 2. Surprise. Here are the cards that you can pull up that have a mana value greater than 6. And, as I said, it goes on to the battlefield. Darksteel Splicer is going to come into play and make 3/3 indestructible golems. And whenever another non-token Phyrexian enters under your control, So, again, changelings, etc. Scornful Egotist, there's a reason it exists. It's mostly memes. Allosaurus Rider, 1 plus the number of lands you control. It's just big. Gigantomancer, Moss Splicer, the common analog to Darksteel Splicer. Comes into play, makes 2 3/3 golems, and all your golems have trample. Somberwall Beastmaster comes into play with a 2/2, a 3/3, and a 4/4, and all your creature tokens have Death Touch. Tristani Summoner comes into play with a 2/2 Vigilance, a 3/3, and a 4/4 trample. And Triskelavus, which comes into play with 3+1 counters, and some slightly brain freezing ability. You basically remove counters off of it to make flyers that you can then sack to ping stuff. But wild pair, combine that with Gigantomancer, you play a random 1/1 or 2/2, or sorry, 1/1 or 0/2, and Gigantomancer goes and thunk. And by the way, here's what I do. And then the Ornithopter that you played earlier, you can pay 1 mana and make it a 7/7 flyer till end of turn. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Daggerback Basilisk. Love this version of the card. Give me this version over the M19. M19 or the list. Give me Rise of the Eldrazi, Zendikar versus Eldrazi or Battlemon. Love this flavor text. Petrifying Gaze, Deadly Fangs, Knife-like Dorsal Spines, Venomous Saliva. Am I missing anything? Toxic Bones? Seriously? Yeah. 3 mana, 2/2 Death Touch has been power crept. I would play it just for the flavor text alone, and honestly, we're talking casual commander. If you're building a deck based around great flavor text, I would say this qualifies. Green. Now for ID equal gold. And minus C gold. Anything that's got a multicolor identity? No. Anything that is multicolored? Sarkhan the Mad. Sarkhan the Mad is difficult to make work well. He's 5 mana. He has 7 loyalty. Pay 0. Reveal the top card of a library and put it in your hand. Deals damage to himself equal to that card's mana value. So think Dark Confidant. Think like Dark Confidant, but you burn Sarkhan instead of yourself. -2, target creature's controller sacrifices it, then gets a 5/5 dragon. -4, each dragon you control deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. You're probably putting this in a dragon deck. To keep him going, you really need proliferate shenanigans of some sort. I wouldn't play this in straight Rakdos. I don't think I could figure out a sensible way to play it in straight Rakdos and keep him around. However, if I'm not too worried about keeping him around, Rakdos Dragons, I would probably, or Jund Dragons, because with Jund you get stuff like the ignoblest of hierarchs and birds of paradise and whatnot. Well, late in the game, you don't need, a 0/1 or a 1/1 that taps for mana. You need a big beastie. Cool, I'll sacrifice this, get myself a giant FU dragon instead. and and then use the -4 as a finisher. But if I'm playing Sark and the Mad, ideally I want to find a way to keep him around, or alternatively, recur him. So, a deck like that, I'm probably running Elixir of Immortality and a few other things just to get stuff back. I think Lembas also does that. Lembas? Is it Lembas? It shuffles it into their library. No, not Lembas. Campfire. Or, alternatively, because now that's a thing that you can do, you could make Sarkhan your general. Type artifact. What do we got for artifacts? 12 of them. Anatu Golem. If you're playing this because you care about the life gain. I wouldn't play this. This averages to a 6 mana 4/4 when it dies, gain 4 life. There's more efficient ways to gain life, and you're already playing with uncommons, so you're probably already you might as well be looking at cards like Wormquill Engine and whatnot. Reinforced Bulwark, 3 mana defender, tap to prevent 1 damage to be dealt to yourself this turn. Only yourself. No. Because even if I'm playing it for the fact that it's got defender, I think I can get that for 2 mana. And I think I can even get it that size for 1. ID equals C. Mana value less than 3. Toughness greater than 3. Vehicle. Sort by mana value. So Shield Sphere will ignore the steam powered. Excavated Wall out of the first trip to Strixhaven. It's a 0/4 defender for 1. Steel Ball. Yeah, so you can get a 0/4 for 1. Consulate Skygate from Battlebond? I do not remember this card. With Defender and Reach. I need to get my hands on this card. Crashing Drawbridge. Like, lots of ways to get 0/4s for 2. You can potentially get a really big creature if you're willing to deal with some drawbacks. Yeah. Poo Poo UFO, which still occasionally sees standard play. Yeah. And if you're looking to deal with, like, if you're considering a reinforced bulwark because it's got a high toughness, I'm sorry. For 1 less mana, you've got Wall of Junk, which you could attack with as a 7/7 on turn 3 or 4 with a 2-drop. And Shield Sphere would be a 0 mana 6/6. Because the abilities they have only care about if they block. Phyrexian Dreadnought. Shenanigans need to be involved with that one. Torpor Orb's the easiest way. But you can get a 7, a 6. Mirror Superion, you can probably find a way to cheat that. Actually, no, you don't need to find a way to cheat that in play. Palladium Mirror would work. Or Milliken and stuff of that nature. And you get a 5/6. Only produced by creatures. Oh, dude. Can only be cast with mana produced by the abilities of one or more creatures on the battlefield. With mana produced by the abilities of one or more creatures on the battlefield. You can sacrifice Eldrazi Spawn or Eldrazi... What are they called? Eldrazi Spawn and Eldrazi... What's the upgraded version called? Scion. Yeah, so those will also work. Warmonger's Chariot, 2 to cast, 3 to equip, +2/+2. And if a quick creature had Defender, it can attack. Again, if you're looking for ways to build your deck so that you do not need a card like High Alert, Warmonger's Chariot will help. Ogre's Cleaver, 2 to cast, 5 to equip. Gives the quick creature +5/+0. I mean, there's ways to cheat on the equip cost. Sweetly. Also, this is an activated ability of an artifact. Equip is an activated ability of an artifact. +5/+0. Where have we seen that before? Oh yeah, the Escape Null that I took a look and went, no, I don't think so, Tim. This can just outright give a creature +5/+0. I mean, yes, if you're doing something that huge, you probably are looking at words. You're probably looking at Colossus Hammer instead. But there are decks that I can wrap my brain around that don't mind just suddenly getting, hey, here's an extra +5 power. And then using something like Brass Squire or whatever the Paladin is called. Or just cost reducers to make the equip cost quick and easy to just shunt over here. And by the way, yeah, I can... And again, Infect comes to mind as being one of those kind of decks, because suddenly going, hey, by the way, funk. Lots of power. And you die now. Angel Heart Vial. This is a card I completely overlook what it does. Whenever you dealt damage, you may put that many charge counters on this artifact. Pay 2, tap it, remove 4 charge counters from it, gain 2 life and draw a card. 0, post it on Discord. I'm almost done this, and then I gotta go to bed. This is not, I don't want to. This is, it's running late. It's past 12:30. I gotta go to bed. I'm an old man. I need my beauty sleep. And I still gotta make something for food. I didn't have time to properly food before I start my stream. But yeah, there is a on my Discord, there is a thing for custom cards. Uh, toss it in there. But yeah, I'm saying Angel Heart Vial, and I'm like, because this keeps track of how much damage you've been dealt. It doesn't care what your life total is at, just how much you've been dealt. Pay to tap and remove 4 counters from it to gain 2 life. So you're removing 4 counters, you're regaining 2 of the life that you lost, and for the other 2 life, instead of gaining back that 2 life, you're drawing a card. I like that card. Know what? Angel Heart Vial. Multiple decks. Rise of the Eldrazi. Copy. Hedron Matrix. Hedron Matrix can get really silly. And in fact, like, if you've got a decent number of... Okay, so it's 4 to cast and 4 to equip to give equip creature +X, where X is its mana value. If the creature you're equipping it to is... Like, to be fair to other equipment, I would say if it's at least a 3/3, then it's going to be, it's going to be reasonable. Equip it to a 3/3, equip creatures now is 6/6. +4, 4 to cast, 4 to equip for +3/+3 feels right-ish. 4 to cast and 4 to equip. If it's mana value 8 or greater. Oh yeah. Sorry, if it costs 3, it would give +3/+3. If it costs 8 or greater, it would give +8/+8, which is huge. That 8 mana. The thing is, if it's an 8 mana creature, you can bypass a lot of that quite often. Whoops. Nope. Krang. That's who I was thinking of. He's an 8 mana creature with affinity for artifacts, probably not unlikely to be a 5/4. You equip Krang, and he's going to get +8/+8. He's going to be a 9/12 minimum. Sorry, 10/12 minimum. Because you're also going to have the Hedron Matrix. He's going to be... Like, this is something that you could do by, like, turn 5. And be smacking down. And you could... Doesn't Krang has flying? No, Krang does not have flying. He just... Yeah, it's yeah, yeah. Wow. Rune Servitor. I'm constantly looking for common ways to draw extra cards in with just commons. Rune Servitor usually ends up making it. Uh, if I'm playing this elsewhere, it's because I want other people to draw cards for reasons. I would be sacrificing this. I would be sacrificing this and trying to bring it back and try and bring it back, or playing more cards to do this sort of thing to make sure that my opponents draw extra cards. Maybe I'm doing turbo fog shenanigans. Maybe I'm burning them out with effects like Underworld Dreams and Shieldred the Apocalypse. Maybe I'm just doing some weird mill strategy. Maybe, on the other hand, I'm doing, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe I'm playing Group Hug. But there's a lot of reasons to play Rune Servitor. Sphinx Bone Wand. I cannot remember. I cannot tell you the number of times I've misinterpreted what this card did. 7 a cast. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may put a charge counter on this. If you do put a charge counter on this then turns around and deals damage to any target equal to the number of charge counters on it. So, the first time you do so, you put one counter on it, deals 1 damage. The second, you put a second counter on it, it deals 2 damage. This is not counting proliferate or anything like that. Pen and Blade, are you playing with a bunch of creatures? Are most of them just random dorks that are just sometimes there to be creatures and you get one guy that you really want to get through? You play Pen and Blade. Keening Stone. There's no good reason to play Keening Stone if you're not in some kind of mill strategy. It could be self mill, it could be mill your opponent. It's probably likely mill your opponent. This is the kind of card you put in a deck where you want to mill your opponent for chunks at a time. Not a few here and a few there. No. I want to mill somebody for like 8 and 12 and 13 and 20 and whatever. P.S. Do not combine this with effects like Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace. If you do, you're going to be very sad because they will not have cards in their graveyard. If you're going to use graveyard removal, you're going to need something targeted like Honored Heirloom or Scavenging Ooze or something similar. Prophetic Prism, it's fine. 2 to cast, comes in play, draws a card, and filters mana. It's okay. You play this because you want the card draw. You care much less. The filtering is just the filtering is a random on. You're playing it to draw a card. And Dreamstone Hedron, you're playing it because it's a giant. It is a ginormous. It's a triple sized Mind Stone. You play this because at some point you play this to be a slightly overcosted colorless Gilded Lotus that at some point you can sack it to draw 3. Problem is, much of the time, something like Coveted Jewel might actually be better. And as for lands, There's only two. Evolving Wilds, we all know about, has finally been kicked to the curb only in the last handful of years. And Eldrazi Temple, because now we have lands that can search for basics and do other things at common. And Eldrazi Temple taps for colorless or taps for 2 colors, but only to cast or activate colorless Eldrazi. And that is it for tonight. And then next week is, let's see here. Because I don't remember. I think we hit the first trip to Innistrad. I think. Where are you? Oh, you are over. I see you. Oh, that's Bell for Zendikar. No. Oh, Scars of Mirrodin. Scars of Mirrodin. ID equal W, C equal W. Direction excuse you, descending. Wow. The quote-unquote bad cards, some of them actually look decent. Alright, well that is it for everybody. Time to log off. I'll see you guys next week. Alright. Adios, everyone. Good night.